The Microsoft ecosystem is evolving faster than ever. Copilot, Power Platform, security, modern work, Azure AI, new features every week, new opportunities every day. But learning is scattered. Events are expensive, limited, and difficult to access. That changes now. Welcome to M365 Con, the world's largest online Microsoft 365 convention. 2 powerful weeks, 1 week of workshops, 1 week of free global talks and keynotes. Build your own learning path with expert-led workshops. From Power Platform to security, from Copilot to Azure AI, you choose what matters to you. Then join over 60 free sessions with most valuable professionals, Microsoft trainers, architects, and innovators from around the world. Meet the community, explore the virtual expo, connect with experts, and be part of a global Microsoft experience. Accessible, global, interactive, and designed for every Microsoft 365 professional. M365 Con, your community, your learning path, your Microsoft 365 future.
So, hello and a warm welcome to the M365 Con. Now we have here Daniel Rohregger with his topic, the Copilot Control System explained, settings you need to know. Daniel.
It's already time for me. Should I start? Perfect. Okay, so also a warm welcome from my side. Nice to see you joining. Thanks for spending the evening with us. Maybe it's like in my time zone, it's already 5 p.m. So you're probably spending a little bit after your work to learn the Microsoft control system. Yeah, my name is Daniel. Thanks for the warm introduction, Marcel. And I will be with you this upcoming hour or the next 45 minutes, where I want to give you a slight insight into the Copilot control systems. So if you don't know myself, my name is Daniel Rohregger, quite hard name to pronounce in English. I'm a cloud architect at glueckkanja, where I focus on Copilot Studio, Agent, and infrastructure topics all around the Microsoft AI ecosystem. I am a Microsoft Most Valuable Professional for Microsoft 365 Copilot, and currently working around a lot in this AI area. If you want to follow, feel free to scan the QR code on the side. You can just come on to my LinkedIn, follow me. I'm posting like nearly multiple times a week, sharing insights, sharing tips, as well focusing on Microsoft 365 Copilot in general, but also on best practices tips, and also a lot of this interesting admin stuff that we are gonna cover today. Beside my main job, I'm also a Copilot coach. So if you're interested in a one-on-one coaching, make sure to reach out to me. What are we going to have a look at today? So first of all, I want to get everyone on board. I want to show you how licensing in a Microsoft 365 Copilot ecosystem works. And then we jump directly into the topic once we have those basics laid out and have a look in the Microsoft control system and the Copilot control system. There is a very specific topic I want to cover for all our European customers, all our European people listening here when we talk about web search query management. And then we're going to have a look into the compliance for Microsoft 365 Copilot. And depending on the times and the questions that we have today, we're going to have a look in Copilot agent management. So if you have questions, feel free, independent of the platform that you are, to drop the question directly in the chat so we can do a Q&A after the main part. And with that being said, I would say let's go right into and start into our topic. So if you haven't seen that, that is basically how Microsoft 365 Copilot works. It's the Microsoft 365 Copilot architecture. And basically, that slide alone would give me like 45 minutes to explain the whole process. But what we all need to keep in mind are a few major things. I'm gonna get on the laser pointer real quick here. So on the first thing that is important when we talk about Microsoft 365 Copilot is whenever we access data or whenever in a prompt we directly mention data, mention files, or ask Copilot to ask for files, we always use Microsoft Graph. Okay, Microsoft is calling Graph more or less now Content IQ, and Content IQ is the possibility for Microsoft 365 Copilot to access the data that is in our tenant. And the great thing, and that's what I want you to keep in mind and take away right now from this diagram, is that when Copilot accesses the Microsoft Graph, the data stays in place. We are using the access that we have as our user. So Copilot has no additional access. It always works directly in the user context and accesses the data where it is. So if the email is in our Exchange Online, it stays in Exchange Online. We are accessing the data via Microsoft Graph. If the data is stored in SharePoint and Teams in OneDrive, it accesses it via Microsoft Graph and it's not moved. So it's not copied anywhere, and only an extract of the files that is relevant through the prompt goes back into the Copilot orchestrator that we have in the middle and goes to the large language model where it then gets reworked and where we then get a text output from that. The next thing is probably that the Microsoft Copilot is currently focusing on the OpenAI models, currently running on GPT-5, but now also have GPT-5.2 included in both a chat and a reasoning model. But Microsoft is not bound to OpenAI. They always said they use the models that are best fitting for the scenario, and currently they are also integrating, for example, the Anthropic models more and more into Copilot. But nevertheless, all the stuff that we send to a model that is provided by any kind of provider, what's important to keep in mind, it's like a stateless communication. So there is no logging on side of the provider. There is no logging on side of Microsoft. Everything that is retained from the prompt that is saved is in your tenant. So all the logging, all the communication that is between Copilot and the end user, or the agent and the end user, or the agent and the agent, if you talk about agent to agent communication there, it's all retained in our tenant. So that's important to keep in mind. Of course, there is no model training on the side of the provider or Microsoft. We are just using the models. And as you also can see here, we have only that what is there with Microsoft Graph is our Microsoft tenant. That means the Copilot is not a service in our tenant. That's in a shared service boundary. So there is a Copilot orchestrator and a Copilot service running outside of our tenant, but it's accessing it. And one topic that we're going to cover also later is we see whenever the Copilot decides to include information from the web, when we use, for example, Bing, that it's outside our tenant and outside our primary service boundary. That's where we have our secondary tenant boundary. And for the Bing service, we're going to talk about what it means more in detail later. Okay, so that is basically just to keep you started and to keep a few of the most important things how Copilot works in mind. Let's jump to the first topic, licensing and services. When we talk about licensing, when we talk about the difference in features that we have for Copilot, we need to differentiate two different products. One is the Microsoft 365 Copilot. That's the version that you pay. You see, we get a full set of different features. We have the integration into the Microsoft 365 apps. We have included volumes in the Copilot Studio. We have agents that we are able to access, like the analyst and the researcher agent. We can use SharePoint agents for free or for included. We can use the SharePoint knowledge agent. We can use Teams channel agent. We can access the web. We have a full suite that's called Microsoft Create, giving us creative possibilities to create images, to create infographics, videos, or clips using Sora 2, for example, and of course the full access in Microsoft Graph. And the cool thing is that basically for the Microsoft Graph, Microsoft 365 Copilot is able to call as many graph calls as he wants, as he thinks that is necessary or reasonable. So if you ask, like, give me all the relevant emails that are related to topic XYZ, Copilot can just start different graph searches by its own. That is like a unique thing that is different from the free version Microsoft Copilot Chat. Besides that, of course, we get the deep integration into the Office apps, but also more Office apps like in Forms, in Loop, in Whiteboard. We have Copilot notebooks. We have it in Clipchamp. We have it in Stream. So there are many, many more Office products than just like the Word, Excel, PowerPoint. But of course, those are covered as well. And on the other hand, we have Microsoft 365 Copilot Chat, which is now an included thing that every user in the organization can access. And yes, we can also use Copilot agents with Copilot Chat. They are more simplified. They cannot access Graph per default. They can only access the web, for example. And for the Microsoft Graph access, currently, yes, Microsoft Copilot Chat can now also leverage Graph, but it cannot create those different searches. But we can attach files directly to Microsoft Copilot Chat. Earlier, we needed to manually upload them, and then they landed in our OneDrive. But today, we can use the context intelligence by just using the slash, also in the Copilot Chat. And that window looks pretty familiar, as you probably know it from Microsoft 365 Copilot, but you see you have a little bit less of possibilities. You cannot search directly for meetings, but you can scroll through your OneDrive, you can scroll through your SharePoints and find all the different files as well. And that is actually already a pretty good addition that Copilot has right now in the free tier or in the included tier. Both of the models have shared, you can see it on the bottom, IT controls. So from a security and compliance perspective, both tools are completely equal. So Copilot or Microsoft does not differentiate the free version of Microsoft 365 Copilot Chat or the paid version. You already saw quickly a glimpse of the table there. And it's a pretty long table, but what's important is here the first part, the data protection part. You see, prompt responses and web queries are not used to train foundation models. Prompt response and web queries are locked and available for audit, e-discovery, and retention. Data protection agreements and product terms apply to Copilot prompt responses. Copilot respects your organization's identity model, protection against harmful content generation, malicious actors, or attacks. And you see, both products have that fulfilled. Okay, we get some differences. For example, you see site governance tools to discover, manage, and restrict sites through SharePoint Advanced Management. That is not included in the free version. You need to pay Copilot for that. And we have some reporting things with Viva Insights or activity APIs that are not included. But from a data protection, security, and governance perspective, both of the tools are equally available and are equally treated by Microsoft. And so with that, I would say like cool base set now, many customers reach out to me and say, okay, we want to enable, for example, Copilot for a certain group of users. Or maybe we want to disable Copilot chat at first, start training first, and then enable it. How can we do that? So there is basically a small misconception that we already see, and that's why we're also bringing that information right here, because we're going to talk about the Copilot Control System. And one control that we see in the CCS is, for example, the pin Microsoft 365 Copilot chat option. And that pinning option earlier made the M365 Copilot available in our office.com sidebar. And as of today, it's basically responsible to pin the Copilot chat, the free version, in the Office apps for the free users. So if you want to control how the Microsoft Copilot chat for the free users is available in your organization, you need to have a look on the pinning option. And if you select pin, then you see on the right side, Copilot is available and they can access Copilot here. And if you say do not pin Copilot chat, then you see Copilot is no longer available. Currently, This rollout for the free version of Microsoft Copilot Chat is paused for the European region. And from what I experienced from most customers, it's only available in Outlook, but this rollout is gonna come back soon. So we see it's Word, Excel, and PowerPoint as well. And then this option is relevant again. So this is like your general setting for the tenant. And beside that very general setting, you have two more controls. First of all, you can decide if the Copilot free chat will be available for the users in Teams. And of course, you do not manage it from Copilot Control System. No, you manage it like a Teams app. So if you go into your Teams app management right now, you will see an app that is called Copilot, and basically that is the Copilot app availability in Teams. So if you change the availability and set it not to everyone, but to a specific group, or to disable it in general, then you will no longer able to see Copilot in Teams. And on the right side, you see the integrated app settings. That again is the possibility, or the general app that makes Copilot available in the free version of Office.com. So the free Copilot chat can be made unavailable by editing in the integrated app settings in the admin center. And if you set this to a specific or no users, then people stop seeing the Copilot chat app. Okay. So keep in mind, those are the three options that you need to remember when changing the availability for the free Microsoft Copilot app. If you buy a Copilot license for roughly $30 user a month, then you get all of these different kind of services in there. And we cannot go into detail for everyone, but as you can see, for example, we have a setting here for Copilot in SharePoint. If you disable that, even users with a paid license can no longer use the integrated SharePoint functions, like the SharePoint agent, like the knowledge agent, or the Copilot in SharePoint to create new SharePoint sites. Same applies for the Copilot in Teams. If we deselect this option for Copilot in Teams, then people will no longer have intelligent meeting recap, they no longer have the Copilot in Teams available, and so on. In general, when we talk about the topic of agents, Copilot, the Copilot license offers like an all-you-can-eat buffet. That means you can use the different kind of agents that you want, nearly unlimited, okay? There are limits. For example, there is a agent called interpreter agent that's available in Teams, where you get a live translation in a live voice from someone that is in meeting. For example, if you hear me speaking English right now and you prefer to speak Spanish, then you can get like a live Spanish language, someone speaking Spanish, and live translated, interpreted of that what I have said. And that is capped by 20 hours usage per month. And for example, for the analyst and researcher agent, Microsoft's most powerful thinking agents, we get 25 queries per user per month. But that only means that you have like the prioritized tiered, you get faster answers. And after reaching the 25 queries, your answers may take longer. If you decide to go with a mix of licensed users and unlicensed users, you can, for example, select pay-as-you-go options. That means if you want people to use agents that are more complex, that have access to the Microsoft Graph, they can get paid per use. And as you can see, those, for example, if you set up pay-as-you-go features for a user that has no Copilot license, and it uses an agent that accesses Microsoft Graph, for example, asks for emails, then this access costs 10 Copilot credits, and one credit equals $1 cent. Okay, so basically $10, 10 cents for such a request. And as you can see on the right side, if a user has a Microsoft 365 Copilot license, it's all included. And that is not only for those simple graph grounding actions that an agent can do. It's also for Copilot Studio agents that, for example, use generative AI tools that call agent flows and so on. It's all included on a Copilot side, and it's paid extra with users with pay-as-you-go. One option that I want to quickly highlight on the licensing stuff before we move over to Copilot Control System is a brand new option. And, Microsoft sometimes has a weird way to enable new features. And this is like the latest new weird way. And there is a new feature, it's called personal content mode. And PCM is basically like a inbuilt oversharing protection that you can select per user. Oversharing and the topic of overshared SharePoint sites and files is like a whole additional session that I sometimes give. But if you want inbuilt oversharing protection, you would need to disable the Microsoft 365 Copilot with the graph grounded chat option, okay? So to enable the new PCM, you need to disable this option. And basically what it does, it restricts Microsoft Copilot to only reason over files that are accessible by the user directly and that have you recently worked with. So if there is like a bunch of overshared or potentially overshared SharePoint sites that the user has access to, but never has used it, the personal content mode does not include those files and those SharePoint sites when reasoning over the data. Okay, so it's not really comparable to restricted SharePoint search or restricted content discovery because those are elements that you select on a SharePoint level. This is like if you have users, for example, that have been around for the company very, very long time, that maybe have traveled through different departments and therefore have a high probability of oversharing, the personal content mode is something that you maybe want to have a closer look into. Okay. As I said, just touching it roughly, you see there is more to that. I'm not going to reason too much into that. If you want to have a look, just reach out to me on LinkedIn and we can have a chat together or have a call together, or just go on the official documentation to check out personal content mode. It's really cool new option. I'm not sure if it's already available and if it's already working or around the globe, but it's a very, very cool, promising new feature that has just been released in, I think, beginning of this year. Okay. Let's talk about the topic that you're probably here for, Copilot Control System. What is the Copilot Control System? Well, first of all, we need to understand that the administration of Copilot is distributed. So the settings that influence how Microsoft Copilot works are distributed. But if you see, or if you want to make adjustments to settings that are directly like how Copilot works itself, then you probably will find them in the Copilot Control System. The Copilot Control System is an area in the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. So you go admin.microsoft.com, and on the left pane, you have an icon that says Copilot. Okay. And then you have a pane with settings where you see all different interesting topics. Also, you have a pretty nice overview, some insights in how users using Copilot and so on. But we are going to focus on what we can set there. But we need to keep in mind that besides the Copilot Control System, Copilot is a tool in a Microsoft ecosystem like every tool else. That means, yes, it has its own administration, but since it's like Teams, it's accessing SharePoint and it's accessing OneDrive and it's using M365 apps, and it's all in our compliance policies. That means sometimes or often we find different controls that affect Copilot in different portals. The basic example here, if you want to manage how Copilot deals with meeting transcriptions, you do not configure it in the Copilot Control System. You set it in the Teams Admin Center, because in the Teams Admin Center, you set everything regarding transcription. If you want to, for example, see what Copilot interactions you have and you want to go to the audit log, you do not go into Copilot Control System, you go into the audit log that is located in Microsoft Purview. If you want to configure settings that are related to agents that you use in Copilot, that agents are located in a Power Platform, you need to go to the Power Platform Admin Center. Okay, so I think the point is clear. Sometimes the settings, or there are definitely distributed. But what is configurable in the Copilot control system? Let's start with one cool thing. Copilot connectors, formerly known as graph connectors, they are available and can only be configured in the Copilot control system. What those Copilot connectors are doing, basically, you saw earlier the architecture with the graph data. And per default, the graph data is everything that you have in your Microsoft 365. SharePoint, Exchange, Entra ID, your devices, all the company information that you have, Teams, meetings, chats, and so on. But what you can do with Copilot connector is you can enrich your Microsoft graph. So there is a graph connector API, and you can add additional data like on-premise information or even data from external cloud sources like other SaaS applications, and put them into your Microsoft Graph Index. And the cool thing is, as you remember, my Copilot has default connection to Microsoft Graph. So there is no more configuration on an API level. You don't need an MCP for that. You just add your knowledge, your external knowledge into your Microsoft Graph, and Copilot can reason over it. No agent, no MCP, no external connection. You just put it into Graph and Copilot access it. And not only Copilot, you can also then make it available in the Microsoft 365 search. So the next time you search for a relevant document that is maybe not located in your SharePoint, but is located on your internet, it's hosted on Atlassian, on Confluence, people can find it in the Microsoft 365 search or in the Copilot search or with Copilot. And there are things like over 100 different connectors available. You can see a lot of famous products like DevOps, Confluence. We have GitHub. There are actually, I think, 6 different GitHub connectors, 3 for cloud, 3 for on-premise. We have a Jira connector, ServiceNow. We can add our file shares, enterprise websites. And you can see it's really working easily. We have set up a Confluence Cloud connector with a really good configured Confluence in like 30 minutes. And it was working, it was indexing, and it was providing information from the Confluence to our users in the Copilot and in the search. So pretty cool. Keep that in mind. Yes, there are limits. It's not unlimited. I think it's like 5 or 50 million items per tenant. Okay. So a lot to work with. And of course, there are options for you to get more volume if you want to pay more. But I think the 50 million items are enough for many customers. Okay. When we are using Microsoft 365 Copilot, per default, without any configuration, as you remember, we have like the same Copilot as everyone else have, okay? And with Copilot connectors, it's the first step to extend Copilot to services and to other platforms that we already use. And then we can adjust Copilot itself. And there are 2 small options. First, on the left side, you can see you can modify the Copilot search. What you can do there is to add your own acronyms. So if you are currently in charge to administer Microsoft Copilot, go in the Copilot control system, go on the search tab and add your company-specific acronyms. If you don't know what kind of company-specific acronyms you have, and I'm 100% sure you have them, just ask Copilot, okay? Just fire up a reasoning prompt in the work mode and say, hey, list me all our company-specific acronyms, and then start by putting them in. On the other side, we have a custom dictionary that is actually enhancing our Teams transcriptions. If we have like, customer-specific words or own products, the word Copilot itself, that sometimes Copilot spells Copilot wrong because it's written, with the first capital C and the rest is small, no empty, no slash, no space, okay? And what I really like to do is with my customers to upload once a custom dictionary. So we enhance the transcription quality and therefore get better results from Copilot when it comes to what we talked about, and also add those acronyms. Sometimes we add acronyms and also have them in a dictionary if we say the acronyms, okay? Like CCS. What does CCS mean? Could be I think it's like a type of how you charge your electric vehicle, your Tesla. There is like a CCS type plug. But CCS today means Copilot Control System, okay? So you need to define what CCS means in your company and all the other acronyms. And you can do this in Copilot Search and your custom dictionary. And what I like to do in customer projects is basically just have a forms ready whenever people feel like Copilot did not understand a abbreviation, an acronym, or a specific word wrong, that they can send it to us and we enter it in the Copilot Search and in the custom dictionary. A new option in the Copilot control system is our AI disclaimer. And basically, this is a new option that has just been in for a few weeks, but I think it's available on all the different tenants, so it should be available on yours as well. And you see, you can currently change from a standard to a more bold version. In the more bold version, you get like a small information, and people can click on a hyperlink. So if you already have an AI agreement in your company, you can just put a link in there, and people can directly navigate from every Copilot response to the information how you deal with Copilot and AI. I just talked with Microsoft today, so brand new information there, and they said yes, they want to bring more customization, like small logos or small slogans, like approved AI tool by company XYZ, to Copilot as well. And I'm sure that customization options will be available in the Copilot control system as well. From the Copilot control system, sometimes we also can jump to specific areas. And one hyperlink that you will find in Microsoft 365 Copilot control system is a link to the Office policy in the Microsoft 365 app configuration settings. So these are configuration policies that you can define per user or as a global policy for every user. And you see there are different, currently, I think it's 5 different policies. First, you can select if you want to allow multiple account access. If someone brings in a Copilot Pro or Copilot Family account, that those people can reuse that for a work context. You can select if people are allowed to use Copilot Pages and Copilot Notebooks. You can select if you want to select the web search in Copilot. You can again select the pinning option here on a more grained user base. And you can, for example, disable adjustable responsible AI protection for Microsoft Copilot for specific users that need that. Another option that we have currently in the Copilot control system is this thing. It's called opt-in for available subprocessors for your organization. And the only currently available subprocessor is Entropic. But this has something to keep in mind for the European listeners here. So Microsoft announced very bold at Ignite that they want to integrate the Entropic services in their Azure resources and in their different Azure environments. So they want to self-host the Entropic LLMs. And they did that. And they did a long way. So on the first turn, the different Entropic models were available to Microsoft Copilot, but hosted on the Entropic side. Everything was part of Entropic. So you needed to opt in the first place, not today, but in the first place, to give all your data to Entropic, let all your information handled by Entropic, and so on. Today, they have onboarded Entropic as a subprocessor, meaning now Entropic is part of the product terms, it's part of the customer copyright commitment, it's part of enterprise data protection. Sorry, there's a German word in there. And it's now part of the Microsoft servers, hosted by Microsoft, and it's fulfilling all the audit and compliance requirements. But As of today, and that is fair, Microsoft states it directly in this prompting dialog there. Currently, the models are hosted and operated not in the EU. That means that are hosted in the US. And if you have use cases that require the strict commitment to the EU data boundary, then I would really encourage you to disable Microsoft, to disable Entropic as a Microsoft subprocessor. As soon as Entropic is part of our EU data boundary, and Microsoft can guarantee us that the data is handled in the EU with our requirements that are defined there, I would love to enable it. But for many customers, they have very strict requirements that the data needs to be handled in the EU. And if you are one of their customers, please disable it. Do not leave it on default. Go in the admin center and say disable right now. Because if you leave it on default and someday Microsoft decides, why ever, to enable it, and enable becomes the default option, and you have not configured something else, you're going with the default option, meaning then it will be enabled, okay? Nothing is planned. And Microsoft also said for all the EU customers, they're not going to touch it right now, but maybe sometimes it's going to change. So make sure to disable it, enable it whenever everything is ready. And there are more options to turn off. Actually, there is an option for users to register their Copilot as a self-service trial. We do not want to do it. We have our own process usually how to give Copilot licenses, so no trials for us. And we do also need no recommendations for Copilot licensing, so we can also turn it off. One topic that we slightly touched in one side earlier when we talked about the different policies that we have on the Office policies is there is a selector if you want to enable the web search or if you do not want to enable it. And let me take 5 minutes of our time here to talk you a little bit through the topic, because maybe if you're implementing Copilot, if you're getting ready to implement Copilot, you maybe stumble upon this. Currently, Microsoft Copilot is very powerful and uses the Bing index for getting real-time information from the web. The same, by the way, is ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not Google. ChatGPT is using the Bing API as well. Okay, so and this Bing, Microsoft Bing, is a service, but it's not M365 Bing. It's Microsoft Bing. That's like Microsoft Xbox or any other Microsoft service. That is not M365. Meaning Bing is a service for Microsoft, yes, but it's not part of M365. And therefore, we have like the same challenge like we have with Entropic. It's not hosted in the EU. Why? Because it's like the Google index. It cannot be hosted region specifically. There is one global index for all websites. But the problem is not even as big as with Entropic, because it's just like a search, just like accessing the web. What's important to keep in mind, whenever Copilot decides or the user decides to use Bing for an answer, basically it's just a very, very small extract from the whole prompt sent to Bing. And that's called the web search query. And the web search query is something that is sent to the Bing API, then get a response back, and then everything is forgotten. Okay, so there's nothing stored on Bing or something like that. Okay, so, and you can see, for example, if we ask Copilot that I need to have a location for my team, we're going to stay in Mallorca, and he needs to find a suitable place. You see, that is the search prompt. I wrote a very long prompt saying all the things from the customer and my team and how many people and everything. It's sent is like a 5-bedroom villas with pool for 6 people in Mallorca for rent. Okay, and also to the Bing, there is nothing sent like your tenant ID or a document or an extract from the document. It's only sending one search query or a few search queries to Bing that are not containing any confidential information. Yeah? Not the full prompt, no ID, just a web search query, and basically in a very, very safe way. Okay. Both of that Copilot services, the free and the paid version, handling those the same. And basically the Copilot and the LLM decide what kind of query sent to the Bing API. And there is like a very, very clear product terms since April last year, where Microsoft now states we have no right to those web queries. We not use them to improve Bing. We do not create an advertising profile. We do not share it with advertisers. We are not training generative AI with those web search queries. And they are treated as a customer confidential information and protected by appropriate technical and organizational measures. And that is something you do not get that from Google. You do not get that from Perplexity or from any other. Okay. So Microsoft is saying basically here, we cannot bring Bing into everyone's tenant or in every region, but we can give you the biggest commitment that we can give contractual wise, treating these queries as customer confidential information and protect them. So that is better basically than just hosting it. Okay. And as you can see, even if you send like a very sensitive prompt, we are considering a possible acquisition of a company. Help me to put together a blah, 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 word summary and so on. What you can see in the web queries is strategy and financial of the company. And as I said, on the Bing side, there is nothing stored. Meaning, if someone would possibly sniff your network, or if some of those web queries would get leaked or somewhere, it would only contain this information. No idea which company has sent it. No idea which user has sent it. It's just 2 words are sent to a search API. And that's basically as secure as it can get. It even is way, way, way more secure than using any traditional Google or Bing service directly in the web. Okay. So my message for everyone worrying that the Bing service is not handled in the EU is absolutely clear here. If you do not agree with that information being sent outside the European region or Germany or Switzerland or Austria, you now need to go and disable Google and Bing in every search engine on your whole company, because Google is hosting the services anywhere else and they're giving you no commitments, while Bing is giving you that. Okay, so keep that in mind and let's lose the fear from the Bing search. To finish it up in the last 2 or 3 minutes, I'm gonna want to have a look on audit and compliance in Copilot together with you. First is the Microsoft copyright commitment. That is actually a very, very cool thing. I like to mention that if you ever have the fear that if a content that is generated with Copilot, like an image or a text, may be a copyright fraud, Copilot and Microsoft are covering you. That meaning they're giving you legal support or helping you to fight this case for a court, for example, and helping you to defend you. And of course, they build the products the way that this is not going to happen. But if it happens, you are covered, by the way. I said earlier that everything from Copilot is already locked. And we see there are different actions that are locked today, and it's always expanding for Copilot. Like, for example, the most thing that I look is Copilot interaction. And basically, a Copilot interaction type of event in the audit log contains different information. It do not contains the prompt itself, not what the user has written, but it contains a lot of metadata around the prompt. What files have been used, what a web search what web addresses have been used by Copilot, which app was it that the user used, for example, was it a prompt or an answer, and so further and so on. And what is actually cool, before we talk about that, is we can use this data from the audit and create a report. And that is a really, really cool thing that I've done together with some colleagues. It was inspired by another MVP called Tatu. And we built a dashboard for our company and for customers as well, where we showed which users had the most interactions in which different apps. Meaning we were able to identify champions for Copilot in Excel. We were able to identify Copilot Word experts. We can see how the different departments are using different Copilots. And of course, we also used the statistics to identify who is not really using Copilot, which department has less Copilot usage. And then we were able to create specific adoption actions for those departments. And sometimes we also reassign licenses for people that never really use Copilot. So you can do this as well. If you want to learn how, just reach out to me. And one last thing that I just clicked away is you can also lock out Copilot from documents. There is a DLP policy where when you assign this DLP to a information protection label and you label a document this way, Copilot has no longer access to it. So if you have very sensitive data or a customer saying, hey, I don't want you to work through your data, through our documents or through our conversations with an AI, even not with Copilot, you can fulfill this request. And if you select such a label and you ask Copilot to summarize it, you see he says, I was unable to access the content due to your organization's security policies. And also here, your organization's policy prevents Copilot from accessing this protected file. Okay, so summarizing that up, as I have already thought, it's gonna be tough to talk about agent management, so that is something for a future session, because this will take probably also 10 minutes or more. So I'm going to just click through that and ending on that slide and say thank you very much for listening to this session, to listening to my talk. If you want to learn more, if you have any further additional questions, make sure to connect on LinkedIn. For all German attendees, I have a podcast in Germany called 365 Checkpoint, where also Marcel, who is hosting the session today, was already a guest. I think it's like a year ago. And if you have any more questions, just reach out to me, and yeah, we'll come back, Marcel, on stage.
Yeah, really impressive. So I think that the changes are on point with topics what we talked, what I think 1 year ago about purview and what are the pains of I would say from the German people's there's it and big pain regarding to who share what data could be seen. So regarding to one topic, I think was for me the most important. That was the personal mode. Is there an strategy paper regarding to that? How you could start with it in good condition? I think this is an amazing feature.
Yeah, the thing on that feature and on the personal content mode is I'm not 100% sure how it and if it really works good, because it is new. I have not tested it, because testing those things is quite different and quite challenging, because you already need a potentially overshared environment. And basically, what the personal content mode does is looking more into frequently used sites and direct accessible sites. So if you have like groups that a user is part of, or if you have like public SharePoint sites where every user is part of, but the user never have access to those content, and maybe this content might be overshared, then Copilot will no longer find those. And this also can have a negative impact on user satisfaction, because assuming that my Copilot knows everything that I have access to, so it is not like a long-term solution. But if you want to do a fast Copilot rollout, or a accelerated Copilot rollout, and you have not time to really dig into every SharePoint site because you have a lot of them and you have the fear of a lot of oversharing, then the personal content mode can really help to reduce the possibility of an oversharing or of a data leakage on a user level.
I think this could be a game changer for all the public sector customers and customers in the regulated industries. I found this amazing, and I really like this dashboard at the end. Was this built with Power BI or?
Yes, it's a Power BI dashboard.
Okay, really cool. Yeah, so we're running out of time, so I thank you. This was an amazing session. I learned a lot. So it was all really new information what we got here regarding to that. Thank you. Thank you. I think we see us back again this year, I hope. So I wish you a nice evening and a good day. And we see us back soon. And the next session is Richard Harbridge with, wait a second, strategic tools and tactics for Microsoft IT leaders in the age of AI. So, goodbye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
The Microsoft ecosystem is evolving faster than ever. Copilot, Power Platform, security, modern work, Azure AI. New features every week, new opportunities every day. But learning is scattered. Events are expensive, limited, and difficult to access. That changes now. Welcome to M365 Con, the world's largest online Microsoft 365 convention. 2 powerful weeks, 1 week of workshops, 1 week of free global talks and keynotes. Build your own learning path with expert-led workshops. From Power Platform to security, from Copilot to Azure AI, you choose what matters to you. Then join over 60 free sessions with most valuable professionals, Microsoft trainers, architects, and innovators from around the world. Meet the community, explore the virtual expo, connect with experts, and be part of a global Microsoft experience. Accessible, global, interactive, and designed for every Microsoft 365 professional. M365 Con, your community, your learning path, your Microsoft 365 future. Welcome to Power Bros Knowledge, where Power Platform meets pure innovation. Your business runs on chaos, approvals lost, data scattered, time wasted. We know that pain. Now imagine automating everything, faster, smarter, and built for impact. That's where Power Bros come in, architects of digital change. We don't talk trends, we build results. Our Knowledge Hub turns expertise into action, real tutorials, real automation, real impact. Whether it's Power Apps, Automate, Logic Apps, or Entra, we make it work together, smarter. Join the Power Bros movement, 30,000 professionals learning, building, and sharing every day. Ready to transform your workflows? Book us now, and let's build something legendary together.
Hi, I'm Sean, and I train people to become Power Platform Solutions Architects. If you're watching this, you know Power Platform, but be honest. When you're building a solution, are you using the best tools to solve the problem or just the tools you know? If you love building powerful, scalable solutions that make your company money, let me share why our training is different. We've noticed that the best architects know a series of best practices and they apply them to every project. So we took all these best practices and put them into this course.
The Microsoft ecosystem is evolving faster than ever. Copilot, Power Platform, security, modern work, Azure AI, new features every week, new opportunities every day. But learning is scattered. Events are expensive, limited, and difficult to access. That changes now. Welcome to M365 Con, the world's largest online Microsoft 365 convention. 2 powerful weeks, 1 week of workshops, 1 week of free global talks and keynotes. Build your own learning path with expert-led workshops. From Power Platform to security, from Copilot to Azure AI, you choose what matters to you. Then join over 60 free sessions with most valuable professionals, Microsoft trainers, architects, and innovators from around the world. Meet the community, explore the virtual expo, connect with experts, and be part of a global Microsoft experience. Accessible, global, interactive, and designed for every Microsoft 365 professional. M365 Con, your community, your learning path, your Microsoft 365 future. Welcome to Power Bros Knowledge, where Power Platform meets pure innovation. Your business runs on chaos, approvals lost, data scattered, time wasted. We know that pain. Now imagine automating everything, faster, smarter, and built for impact. That's where Power Bros come in, architects of digital change. We don't talk trends, we build results. Our Knowledge Hub turns expertise into action, real tutorials, real automation, real impact. Whether it's Power Apps, Automate, Logic Apps, or Entra, we make it work together, smarter. Join the Power Bros movement, 30,000 professionals learning, building, and sharing every day. Ready to transform your workflows? Book us now, and let's build something legendary together.
Hi, I'm Sean, and I train people to become Power Platform Solutions Architects. If you're watching this, you know Power Platform, but be honest, when you're building the solution, are you using the best tools to solve the problem, or just the tools you know? If you love building powerful, scalable solutions that make your company money, let me share why our training is different. We've noticed that the best architects know a series of best practices and they apply them to every project. So we took all these best practices and put them into this course.
The Microsoft ecosystem is evolving faster than ever. Copilot, Power Platform, security, modern work, Azure AI, new features every week, new opportunities every day. But learning is scattered. Events are expensive, limited, and difficult to access. That changes now. Welcome to M365 Con, the world's largest online Microsoft 365 convention. 2 powerful weeks, 1 week of workshops, 1 week of free global talks and keynotes. Build your own learning path with expert-led workshops. From Power Platform to security, from Copilot to Azure AI, you choose what matters to you. Then join over 60 free sessions with most valuable professionals, Microsoft trainers, architects, and innovators from around the world. Meet the community, explore the virtual expo, connect with experts, and be part of a global Microsoft experience. Accessible, global, interactive, and designed for every Microsoft 365 professional. M365 Con, your community, your learning path, your Microsoft 365 future.
So, hello and a warm welcome to the M365Con. My name is Marcel Broschk, and today here with me is Richard Harbridge. Welcome to you. He presents the topic strategic tools and tactics for Microsoft IT leaders in the age of AI. The stage is yours.
Thanks so much for having me. So today's session is going to be about something that we're all dealing with, which is the growing expectations that have been happening in our organizations. And I'm excited to share some quick tips and some strategic insights that might help you in terms of how you communicate and work within your organization and complement the amazing material that you've probably seen on the other M365 Con sessions that have dug into the technical know-how and more. So without further ado, let's talk about the reality today. The reality today is that expectations continue to increase. And as those expectations increase, we find it harder and harder to meet them. And that's because the burden and the load on us operationally, from a execution perspective, and even from things like an adoption and support perspective are so high today, especially in the Microsoft 365 world. And so the question is, can AI help us bridge that gap faster, or will AI increase that gap over time? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through a couple ways today that I think we can bridge this gap faster by taking the right choices and making the right calls. So we're going to break this down into 3 sections. When we talk about AI today, there is a lot to understand and consider. And because there's so much, it's worth breaking it down into 3 major ways in which AI is transforming the workplace. The first one is that AI has changed the velocity of technology change, the way in which we can adapt and deploy that and implement it, even the way we adopt and embrace that change. At the same time, we also need to talk about variety. There is, of course, new agents and new AI experiences that are greatly changing the already quite complex variety of our experiences in Microsoft 365, in our digital workplaces, and in our work day to day. In addition to this, we then need to talk about volume. Volume's increasing not just because of our legacy, where we've always seen a constant increase in the number of documents, in the number of sites and spaces, and the number of different ways that we work. But no, it's also the fact that AI is exponentially increasing the volume of what we create and how we create that with more people and in more varieties with a higher velocity than ever before. So let's break this down and walk through a few of these. The first one on velocity, I'm going to highlight 2 key things. Most people totally understand this almost intuitively. AI is a different technology than ones before it, but it's not the first transformational technology we've had. We've actually had arguably exponential technologies before that have left our world of work very different from the before and after times. The difference between AI and these other technologies isn't the consequentialness of it. In fact, it's really the time. In these other technologies, in the example of the internet, which was quite transformative, it took 5+ years before we had modems in hotels and conferences and places like that. So this virtual experience that we're having, of course, is based on how the landscape has shifted and changed, but it took decades before we really experienced that change. That gave us time as businesses to adapt and adjust. That gave us time in our careers to learn the technology and adjust. In the AI era, we're talking about years if we're lucky, certainly not decades like former technologies before it. So that's the first thing to understand. The second big change is that an exponential technology is fundamentally different than linear ones. When we think about AI, we have to think about not that step progression that so many other technologies are to us, where we just iterate, where we change how we work, but it's something more substantial. It's an exponential technology that is ever growing and ever changing, one that has near limitless ways in which we can apply it and use it. When you deal with a technology like this, we have to think about it differently, because in most organizations, you can go through a step progression or a linear technology change, and IT can lead that whole thing. But when it comes to these exponential technologies, the business has to co-lead with IT. It's too important to leave in the hands of technologists alone. And we also need to bridge this gap faster. Think of it like this. In the pandemic, we couldn't see that exponential curve coming. And it really wasn't an exponential one, by the way. It was a really big step progression. For some organizations that had a great hybrid experience, where hybrid work was very similar to what we had within our virtual experience, our physical and virtual experiences were more closely aligned in capability. Those organizations didn't have as steep of a curve. They had to adjust. But there's also a bit of a plateau. That's what I mean by step progression or linear. At some point in time, you get an equivalent experience or something like it from a hybrid or virtual work perspective, and you address that technology shift. However, in the era of AI, this is an exponential curve. It doesn't have an end. And so the difference is we couldn't have seen the pandemic coming, but we can see this coming. And so we need to, the sooner is the better. The more we lean into it and bridge our gap, figuring out where we are today and where we need to be, the better we're able to get on the right part of the curve so that we're competitive, so that we're successful both in our careers and within our organizations. Now, the way to think about this is, of course, if we delay that, even just a few months in various facets, then that leads to greater risk and greater costs because that curve is exponential and we all feel that. Many people, even in the space of AI, who are working day to day with Copilot and the latest models, they feel that they're still falling behind. And so, again, it's really important to understand that it's our goal as technology leaders to help our organizations based on where they can meet this curve, help them achieve that faster. Now, there's a bunch of ways we do that, right? One way we do that is through a variety of different investments, like adoption and helping people understand these new technologies. It could be other areas like scaled security and governance, which we'll talk about, or it could be things like the way in which we actually consolidate the data, because so much of Copilot and these AI value propositions are based on the idea that it can understand the actual data in organizations. If that data is fragmented across different SaaS services, legacy systems, and more, then it makes that really challenging. In fact, that's the one of these many ideas that we can talk about that I wanted to bring in today. Specifically, I want to just quickly highlight, I think one of the most underestimated elements of how we bridge this gap faster is actually how you get rid of some of that legacy and how you consolidate. Because consolidation does matter. In the Microsoft 365 world, what ends up happening is Copilot is more powerful when the data is in the Work IQ model or the graph. If it's in there instead of connected, it ends up being a much better experience. And this isn't just true for that particular form of AI, but all forms of AI. If you were talking about AI, the more integrated it is, the more connected it is to the system, the more it can understand it, the signals around it, and the more effective your experience with AI is going to be. And in the Microsoft 365 world, that means we want the data, if possible, in Microsoft 365 versus staying somewhere else and just connected. Although connection is still better than it not being connected at all. So what have we seen in the industry? Well, in this last year, in 2025 especially, we saw a pretty big spike in the number of migrations. So this makes sense because a lot of people are already consolidating. But it wasn't just tenant to tenant or SaaS to SaaS. There was a lot of people moving away from legacy that they've kept for many years in SharePoint servers and other things like that, file shares, you name it, to consolidate that into Microsoft 365 overwhelmingly as one of the main reasons because they want to unlock the value of that data with AI. The carrot is very strong. Instead of the stick of, hey, end of life, which is still very real, and end of support, we're now seeing more and more organizations opting to accelerate that journey and consolidation work. Now, that's what the data tells us, but let's dig into that a little bit more. The second reason this is so important is because as you migrate and modernize and consolidate that into data into Microsoft 365, you don't just get better AI experiences, you also get potentially better visibility and control. And in the Microsoft 365 era that we're in now, when we think about how people work, we know that overwhelmingly people are going to use multiple sets of tools, and bring your own AI is becoming very dominant as a shadow AI threat or as something that you empower responsibly. And when you use tools like Purview to understand what's happening across those different tools, where is the data going, how's it flowing through them, it's actually really important to have as much as possible that data in Microsoft 365 where the controls are stronger, where the reporting and auditability is better, and where you have more ways that you can enrich it around an agent ecosystem if you're investing with Microsoft Copilot and Azure AI Foundry and things like that as your primary focus. So, which again, I think most people who are watching something like this would be. So more migrations and modernization is important, not just because it enables AI, but because of the way it changes security. Now, there's a number of ways you could accelerate migrations. And of course, I work for a company that builds as quite famous for Microsoft 365 migration products. And that is one way to help, right? You could accelerate it by having more reliable, predictable migrations and having tooling that supports it. But I want to talk about what underpins one of the biggest challenges with these consolidations. When you accelerate a consolidation effort, often in M&A or legacy to leading edge, in both those instances, you're actually dealing primarily with this challenge of security and compliance. And so we're going to come back to this a little bit later when we talk about volume. But again, this technical debt, this security debt, compliance debt that's been growing for many years, when you think about how that's surfaced across many different SaaS experiences, legacy environments, or in an M&A, the way you inherit that, that's exactly what we're talking about here. How do we quickly remediate that? How do we quickly understand it? And then how do we align it with this future state that we want from an AI perspective? And this security and compliance debt is what we're seeing the burden be. The thing that makes it really hard to compress timelines, of course, is the volume of data and other factors, the complexity of the migration itself. But again, overwhelmingly, it's how do we do this safely and responsibly so that we make sure that we're improving the way that data quality works, we improve our sensitivity, we improve the way in which the data is going to roll up in those AI systems that we're increasingly using. And again, that's where it can be helpful to have tools because it's really hard to do that all out of the box. But what I will say is, regardless of how you do it, whether it's with scripts or tooling, we do need to spend this tax. We need to spend this effort. And a lot of that effort is bulk remediation. It's based on almost programmatic rules and patterns that we can detect and determine. And then, of course, working with the business to actually invest in reducing that security and compliance debt that's accumulated over many years. If you do this well, what ends up happening is overwhelmingly, again, in the Microsoft 365, especially Copilot ecosystem, the security and compliance is your best friend. It's the advantage. It's the one reason actually that overwhelmingly people choose Copilot over competitors in the marketplace because of that connected ecosystem of purview and better security and compliance options that Microsoft provides. And so the question here is, are you using that full capability set? As velocity increases with AI, how much have you not turned on? How much do you not understand? And how far back are you on that? And maybe that's actually what is slowing down your ability to execute on this curve more than anything else. Now, I've connected that with this idea of migration and modernization, but you can see these are all interconnected. And the key is, and this is the thing I want you to take away, use this visual if it helps you. What we need is we need to not delay, because the delaying only costs more challenges and more costs. So however we can accelerate it, however we can help our organizations move up that curve faster, that is our mandate, and that is what we need to prioritize. So that's one way we deal with AI, is that we are able to tackle this velocity, adjusting with the times so that we can cycle in years or months. We can do things much faster, and then we remove some of this debt and old legacy systems, or if we have lots of tenants and a lot of redundancy, anything that we can do to make that so it's more streamlined and effective, and our investment can go further. Well, that's one part of it. The second part of it that I want to talk about is variety. Now, this is one of the more complex areas, but I think I can simplify it. Think of it in two ways. AI has the adoption of the UX for AI. That's things like our traditional digital assistant, the Copilot experience, and how you use it to help you out. It's also some of those lighter weight agents, the agents that are arguably part of that digital system framework, the agent that helps you create those adjustments within Excel in your workbook that you're working on. So, an equals Copilot, or that helps you build, different Excel documents, or perhaps it's the agents that help you, work through your emails, writing more effectively, and also understanding what priorities you should be addressing. These are all examples of really the blue and yellow in this diagram. It's the digital assistants and agents. And this is stuff that is new for a lot of organizations and IT groups. You see, IT is used to operational patterns, like what we see in process automations. In fact, think of AI again as not just the adoption of the UX, but another kind of adoption, which is the adoption of operational AI, using AI in an operational way, which means the process automation underpinning a lot of these things. Now, an agent might fit in between both. In some instances, a user might be adopting and learning how to use the agent well, how to prompt better, how to do things like that more naturally in the flow of their work. And at the same time, that agent might have access to both tools or other agents that are actually doing some levels of process automation on the back end. And what I'm saying here is that our IT teams, we understand process automation, but we struggle, because it's new to many of us, with how to help organizations with things like digital assistants and those UX adoption efforts around AI. And that's because IT traditionally isn't a big training arm. And so much of what we're talking about in those two landscapes are really about training and responsible enablement. And the security and compliance debt that I mentioned earlier, it's the unstructured or the less formalized data that actually is the stuff that is not normally part of the process automation layer, but now is going to become a key part of the process automation layer because AI unlocks that pathway. Let me explain it in a different way with a couple quick examples. So think of AI as this teammate you haven't onboarded. For many, if we think of that UX adoption flow, it's going to start with prompting. And in prompting, there's a lot you can learn and do. And all of us have done this, right? So let's say you have a retro. I love retros. Save your retro on every Friday. So before that retro, you use AI, you talk to Copilot, you say, help me draft a report for this team this week. And you use that to power your retro, making the retro experience better. That's an example where we're using the full power of Copilot and we're using it in this prompting, digital assistant way. But then what ends up happening is we learn the power of scheduling. We learn the power of, I can actually set it up so that auto happens, on Thursday. And that way I can look at that report before Friday's meeting and give myself a little bit more time. What's more, because I can schedule that, I can make it a little bit more complex. I cannot have it just do one prompt, but potentially a few of them and then stitch that response together. These are things that we can do. Lightweight automation. It is still prompting with, scheduling and things like that, but it is fundamentally different than just a basic prompt. Then what ends up happening is once you get familiar with that and you're starting to get the benefit of this, we're starting to now get into more complex ones. In this example, what we're doing is we're saying, there are differences in perspective that happen during the week. Instead of having the retro on Friday, what if we can catch earlier in the week those opportunities where a one-on-one escalation or something else might be useful? And that way we have more time on Friday where there's less of these two people having the conversation while everyone else listens in. Right? How do we catch some of that earlier? How do we reduce the risk? And how do we make those retros even more performant? In this example, what we could do is we could look at our meetings. And if you've ever used this trick, you can ask in a meeting, like what questions were unanswered, things like that. Well, we can use that same technique, but look for differences in perspectives. And those differences in perspectives might give us insight around how our team works and around things that there's no meeting for them, but maybe there should be a meeting to discuss this constant difference that keeps coming up, this difference of opinion or this challenge that is recurring that is never addressed, but keeps coming up, stealing time from the meeting itself, which you often find when you look for these perspectives. What's more is we can get the team's input. So what we can do is we can also do, just using that scheduling type trick, we can have the team provide input before that Thursday where we gather all that information together for the Friday retro. So these are examples where we're now using an agent, because the agent is going to do things like remind people, or it's going to reach out, or it'll just be available to help with some of those nuances where it can do a little bit more complex chaining of prompts together. Now, this means that if you think through the sequencing, what we're really saying is that as we evolve our usage of AI, it's not one-dimensional. In the UX adoption layer for AI has a lot of opportunity for our teams to drive success. And as they do that, business impact increases, but so does the need and importance of having good compliance, good governance, good security. All right, so let's put it in a different perspective. When you think about the agent ecosystem, agents themselves can do a number of different things. Some of them are really simple and they do retrieval. Some are going to do some tasks, like they'll perform some actions for you, and some will be semi-autonomous, making decisions. Those models, that scale of different types of agents is important because it makes this third level that I was describing quite complex. What it does mean is even though I could have an agent perform the way I've just described here, it's most likely not going to stay static. It's going to be dynamic and over time evolve, eventually becoming a sequence where the agent does more. Perhaps now it's watching for signals, seeing, hey, there was a difference of perspective. I'm not going to wait for that retro moment. I'm going to actually bring it up and suggest to the manager, team leader, whoever, that maybe this be something to consider, and then for them to follow up on. Maybe it's looking for other risks that might be signals. And then again, based on those risks, it's proactively working through it, essentially reducing the need for the retro in the way that we used it originally, because it's happening more dynamically and more just in time throughout the week itself, making the retro literally more of a report that happens at the end of the week for a moment and time for reflection versus what it's being used for today. And that's the kind of the evolution you see. And that's just like one part of a process of one team and how they perform retros, but this is happening across the board. And this is what leads to new automation opportunities, because the more and more this happens, the more you find that it's not just how people go and turn to systems and processes to automate for them. More and more, the way that they work becomes more captured in digital, becomes more automated with more opportunities for AI infusion throughout that process. And that's different than the way other technologies worked before. All right. So what I'm saying here is that when we think about the variety of AI, the key is to understand it is a progression, and that progression does start individually, but then it culminates in the way teams work. And teams have shared understanding and, importantly, shared visibility. So it makes it much easier for a team to have shared commitment to say, here's how we're going to work moving forward, making it so that these AI use cases can become templated, can become knowable, and then can become shared. And that starts that process of building towards what we would traditionally call like the operational automation, the benefits we really want of operational adoption around AI. That's important. It's different than other technologies, not just because of how it can affect it, but because where we want to put our lens towards is to look at how teams work with it. Because when there's shared pain and a shared way of working that changes with time, we can inject with a little bit of IT support ways in which we can codify that, and that will lead to a lot more growth in agents that have immediate and strong value, that have already been proven in the way they're prompting and working, and importantly, that we can eventually start to connect to lead towards a future state of our business where it's more AI first than it is today, and that is good for performance. Now, if you think about it a different way, AI is different because of the way it works. Agents themselves aren't like apps. Now, when we traditionally have tried to close the app gap, you've probably heard that before. Anyone who's a low-code developer, I know a lot of people love Power Platform. When you're in that low-code format, you've always been struggling with this. You know that there's these lowercase p processes, these opportunities for automation. And so what you do is you try and find them, discover them, and then you try and build an app for it. But when you build that app, it's really hard to make that dynamic. It's really hard to improve it because it takes time and energy to learn how are people working? How is their work changing? What's working, what's not? But this telemetry is built into so many agents. When a person uses an agent and it's not performing the way you expect, they often will express frustration. When an agent performs well, they'll often actually say, this is great, or thank you, or whatever, or they'll use it in a different way. All sorts of different types of signals between how we actually see the agent being used and how frequent the usage is to actually how effective the agent is becomes more visible than it ever was in the app ecosystem and app layer. So an agent is fundamentally different. The telemetry by design is the advantage. And because it has that natively, there's a lot more motivation to agentify everything. And that's part of what drives so much of this motivation to move quicker up that curve that we mentioned earlier. All right. So to summarize, AI is changing variety, but it really changes it in two ways. A way that we're used to, process automation. But the way we get there cannot be on its own just looking for those big capital P process projects and applying AI to it as IT. It needs to also be facilitating growth in the way people adopt the UX of AI and how they use it across the landscape of teams so that we can find the teams that are emerging with better usage, and we'll call them lighter weight agents, and we can help codify those into those bigger process automation opportunities. And that's where organizations are much more successful when they do both of those really well. And again, that digital assistant era, the supporting teams proactively around what I've described, that is a new muscle for many IT teams. Now, the third major change is the volume. Now, volume is something that we're used to. In fact, most of the time when we talk about volume, we think of inventory. Oh, I have so many new sites. I have so many new teams. I have so many documents that are growing. And in the AI era, we could describe this as, oh, I have so many agents, right? I have sprawl of agents that keeps increasing. And of course, like any good inventory system, we might think of, okay, well, how do we block those? Which ones are safe? Which ones, should we make sure that they have at least one owner, right? Like, what are all the things we can do to govern our AI success over time? And we can think of that like this inventory baseline and then build around it. In fact, that's how Microsoft has been building their own model of Copilot Control Center and more. But as we think of how you control AI growth and success, we have to understand that it doesn't need to just end there. You see, AI introduces new and amplified risks. It changes the way in which we need to govern in many ways. As I mentioned, it puts a big spotlight on existing compliance and security debt that may have never been remediated, but now has a really significant benefit to being fixed and resolved because it improves the quality of our AI success. Let's go back to that agent and portfolio management and talk about how it's slightly different. I want you to think about those experiences. If you're familiar with them, great. If not, that's okay. When you go to manage agents, it tells you a lot because the agent isn't just about the way in which people interact with it. What are the risky ways? Are they trying to jailbreak it? Are they sharing it with the wrong people? Who has access to the agent? Things like that. Where is the agent accessible? It's also about how the agent is using things. How is the agent using other agents? How is the agent using data? How is it using documents? What repositories is it referencing? And are those repositories themselves, full of content that has security debt or has compliance debt? And the truth is, we actually have a number of different ways that we can detect this. When you look at each agent, you can actually see things like, hey, these are opportunities where maybe we don't have a default label. And it would be a really good idea to do that so that sensitivity and lifecycle and other things can have a baseline of protection. From there, we can then determine what content is this agent using the most, and is that the owners of that content, are they aware that it's being used by that agent, and is there ways that they could potentially improve the quality or confidence in it so that the agent responses can get better over time? There are so many ways that we can do this, but as you can start to see, we're getting further and further away from inventory management and basic control to really understanding our landscape, the way in which knowledge and information works across our organization, and are responsible for understanding the way it journeys and the way we can best protect it and improve the quality of AI experiences. All right, so that's what we have on our plate. The way most people are addressing it is that they're shifting away from service-centric, which I think everyone on this call is doing an amazing job. Like, everyone does a good job with service-centric governance and compliance and sensitivity and lifecycle. Where many people are still struggling today is workspace or container-centric. So if you have a SharePoint site or you have a Microsoft team, when you think of that container, it itself, we have to understand, what's its purpose? What department does it relate to? Does it relate to a client or a product? If so, what are those? And then based on those things, we would say, oh, well, then this should have this set of default values for sensitivity and lifecycle. This should be, itself monitored so it has multiple owners, and it should have, this plan for archiving if this happens. We should know those things. And again, that is a lot of challenge for a lot of organizations today. Some are doing it well, but many are still working through that. Yet where organizations need to be in the AI era in order to move up that curve that we mentioned earlier is we need to be at the document level. We need to be at the data level. This means that we need to not just understand the container, but increasingly the actual content must be sensitive when it is sensitive and labeled accordingly. And it needs to be monitored or controlled so that we can understand how it's being used across these AI systems. That is really important. And what it's basically saying is it was necessary, but not sufficient, today to have, necessary to have container-centric sensitivity and lifecycle, but it's not sufficient without some level of document-centric sensitivity and lifecycle today. All right. So could you explain the challenge of that? Well, one way you can explain it is that many people actually don't struggle with like, oh, it's an E5 or it's not. It's this, it's this license. It's this way of deploying Purview. It's actually not the cost. Even the skill, like having the talent and instructions, isn't really the gap today. The biggest gap that people experience is actually just knowing how to approach it, what the right approach is. And the truth is, there's this sort of 10-step plan that many organizations have used to get data governance right when it comes to getting those labels and getting things set up so that it can scale. So Purview is scaling along with AI. Well, it starts from really step 5 here, this idea of intelligent default labels. So think of that container strategy. If you don't know what your sites and teams are, and you don't know what's in them from a higher level, how could you possibly have a default label that's going to be safe and responsible, and most importantly, relatively accurate for those collections? And that's where the struggle begins. It's that you need to get that container level right. And in fact, when it's done really well, most of the work on the content level is done for you, because the overwhelming majority of labeling actually happens from the container. If you put it in the right spot, it inherits these rules, and then those rules protect it. And if people put it in the wrong spot, right, or if it's in transit, that's where DLP comes in. That's where we find that pattern and go, hey, something's off here, and then take action, whether it's remediation and moving it, whether it's blocking it, whether it's just signaling to someone so that it could be reviewed and their action can be taken. That's sort of the idea. So that's really what we do to approach Purview and compliance and our security debt and other things effectively, so we can scale better with AI. But earlier I mentioned, I'm a big fan of thinking of the biggest challenges. And when we talked about velocity, the biggest challenge, or at least one of the biggest ones today, is the overwhelming need for so many organizations to do modernization, to deal with those other projects like, SharePoint server migrations, or to deal with an M&A, and you need a recurring playbook to do those things. But in the Microsoft 365 world, we also have another challenge, which is how the heck do we manage, maintain, or govern those environments well? And overwhelmingly, when you ask people this question, you find that they respond with a number of challenges. They respond with that proper security controls. They respond with the need for policies, how we incorporate the right rules and apply them across the organization. They respond with gaps on user adoption, training, and more. These are the challenges that we're all addressing, and it explains why it's hard for many organizations to keep up with the velocity we mentioned earlier or the variety. But the volume means that there is a way to potentially address this, and that's by being proactive and making more investments here. Let me tell you a different way of framing this. There's a lot to understand when it comes to Microsoft 365 governance. And while I don't want to overwhelm with a couple images, I do want to explain that it can be understood. If you think about it, there are a number of different domains or many categories of governance. In this example here, we have 9 domains, and each of them have different complexities inherent, could be different from one organization to another. As we look at that, overwhelmingly, again, it is overwhelming, and you look at that across all those categories, it just means that there's a lot of different things we should consider. And that means that we need to apply different investments, different rules, different time and energy to make sure that we're governing this thing well, that we're managing it well so we can get the best out of it. This empowers things like AI, because as we showed, AI is just one workload of many, and it benefits in the same way that SharePoint would benefit from improving things like security posture, or improving the way you govern, deal with compliance, the way you change your information architecture, and more. And so what we need to do is then think about who owns those workloads in your organization, and do they understand, these different areas of governance? They have the action plans, the playbooks, the packages that allow them to apply the right controls at the right time? And I think that's the thing that I'm going to stress is, well, initially it's easy to understand, hey, what we really need is we need to get to this document level. I don't want to say that it's only that. If you get Purview implemented and you're scaling really well here, you are in a better position for sure, and you're able to safely and responsibly deploy more and more agents and more experiences. But if you do that without also understanding how data connectivity works, DLP around data connections, and more, well, then you're missing another threat area within the Microsoft Copilot ecosystem. And so in the AI era, we need to make sure we understand these different areas and then govern them appropriately, either with outside support, either through great training, things like today's seminars, or by using good tools that will help with some of those things. Of course, that's an interesting thing, because when you ask those people, we did this really big survey with, hundreds of organizations and individuals who lead and run M365. And that's where some of the other data points came from as well, from ShareGate. When we did that research, what we found was very few organizations are using third-party solutions. Very few actually are even, building automation, scripting, things like that, the manual policy representation here. A lot of them are just using built-in tools. And look, I love the built-in tools, and you should absolutely maximize them, know what you own and how to use it, but it's not sufficient for today's needs. You need more than that, and because it's so complex. Right? If you try to do all of this with native, Microsoft is going to address all these areas and try and reduce that complexity for you over time, but it's just not there today. And so whether it's, through scripting, through best practices, through community, through, consultancies and partners, or through products, I definitely think this is an area that we need to prioritize more investment in if we're going to be successful with the volume that we're dealing with in 2026. So one of the ways that you could do that is ShareGate, of course, has Protect, just one of many. I just wanted to mention it because, of course, I've mentioned that we do migration, but that is one way to do it. Now, let me explain the other side to this. Up until now, I've really talked about volume as this thing that can be addressed with security and compliance, but actually AI has a different kind of impact. It's not just security, but insecurity. Interestingly, when you ask, we've done many studies on this, when you talk to people across different teams and organizations, the majority of people are going to grossly underreport the impact AI is positively having in their work. And this is important to understand because there's no motivation, there's no benefit to saying, oh yeah, AI is making my job easier and it's doing all these things for me. Now you can get that information. I'm not saying you won't get it. I'm just saying it is generally underreported because people don't feel safe. They feel like it's a threat because it is. And there's more to talk about as we unpack that. So what could you do to do this differently? Well, I've got 2 quick tips here. The first one is that the team model that I mentioned earlier is critical. The way you tackle insecurity is with teams. Individually, we can feel insecurity, but increasingly, when you're part of a team, you feel less of that. In a work context, think of that agent example that I gave earlier. When the team works through that retro motion and they became more and more sophisticated with how they used AI, what actually happened is it shifted from how an individual was using AI to prepare for a retro to slowly how the whole team prepares and has more effective retros. And because it shifted to the team level, that makes it a lot easier for people to adopt and embrace together. It makes it easier to report on, and it actually is one of the best ways to reduce some of these insecurity risks. I'll give you another tangible example. When you're deploying AI, a lot of organizations try and deploy, as they rightly should, the license to those who need it most. Think of how you apply the license for Copilot. It has a cost. So what we do is we pick, oh, these are our digital champions, and we give them the licenses for Copilot. Now, historically, that's how we've deployed all technologies, and it's worked pretty well. But in the AI era, it's different. If you spread AI, and we have, one person in this team who has it, and they're the digital champion, and then we have another person in this team, and they have it, what ends up happening is that team is not using it together. That individual is. And this leads to fragmentation and other issues. What we actually find, again, in the evidence, and it's clear in the industry now, is that when you have a whole team saturated, a whole team licensed, and they adopt it together, they teach each other. Oh, you're using it in Outlook in that way? Really interesting. Oh, I'm using it in this way. That difference of perspective that I do after a meeting, and I use this prompt, it works really well for me. As people share prompts, again, think of that adoption in the UX area, not the operational AI adoption. When you think of that area, that really benefits from people sharing and working alongside each other. People overwhelmingly learn, especially when it comes to AI, not from managers and not from IT, they learn from peers. And because of that, again, when a team is saturated with these capabilities together, they tend to benefit from it. And it also makes it easier operationally because when we go to inspect or ask them questions or survey them or do other things like that, as we mentioned, a team will be more, if not honest, more accurate in their assessments and more forthcoming and much more likely to respond to surveys and things like that than an individual will be. So all of these things and more, there's layers and layers to this, are reasons why team-first strategy for AI adoption is critical. And it echoes what we talked about earlier. We talked about the challenge that IT is going through in variety. How the heck do we support not just the operational use of AI in these sophisticated agents or automation scenarios, along with this UX layer of AI adoption? Now, another way to think about this, and you may have heard this, is that there's this idea of a human to agent ratio. And I actually think this is a good idea to think about. A lot of organizations last year were all about this idea of like, if we have too few agents, not enough AI, then we're missing out on efficiencies and we're leaving that on the table. If we have too many, we're overwhelming. It makes it harder to make decisions. It increases the risks in our organizations. So if we get this optimal balance, and of course that changes over time, but if we get that optimal balance, then that's what IT should be really facilitating. They should be facilitating not agents for the sake of agents, but because they have the right balance and that's leading to success. Now, there are different ways to look at this. There's interesting measures and considerations for this. But what I'm really talking about here is, again, a volume thing. We want to increase the volume of agents and AI in organizations today. And we want to do it in a smart, targeted way. So how do we do that more effectively? Well, I'll tell you that you can't just increase the human to agent ratio without paying a sort of tax. You see, in order to increase that ratio, you need to also have other ratios. Now, I won't go through all of them because it would take too long, but I'll give you one example. In the example here, real organizations use this. They look at how many champions they have versus power users versus, we'll call them specialists, people who kind of live in the centers of excellence. And think about this difference. If you're using AI and you have a champion, that person might be really passionate and encourage the use of AI, but they themselves may not know a lot of the tricks. They might know how to use personas, but they might not know the difference between asking a persona to tell you what it does and then instructing it to only use those skills that matter for your query or prompt, which is a different level of sophistication with prompt engineering than a basic one. And so that happens more with what we're going to call power users. Power users are people that are champions, of course, but they're ones that have training and they have a depth of knowledge that any champion might not have. And so you need to have both of those in order for you to be successful. You need a lot more champions than you need power users, but you certainly need a number of power users based on region, based on team dynamics, based on a number of factors in order to grow your usage of AI in the right ways. But all of that also needs deep specialists, those people that are going to be able to answer those really complex questions when it comes to, hey, I want to do this thing with AI, but I'm not sure how to do it. Often these people live within IT or IT adjacent, but these are the people that are going to have to help and facilitate that. And many organizations, I've seen leaders say, we want to have more agents to humans, we want all these benefits, but they are not willing to pay for these kinds of ratios as well. And that's a mistake, because if you try and transform your organization with AI and you don't keep your trust battery, you don't bring your people along for that journey, then what you're left with at the other side of it is something that is not going to make your way up that exponential curve. It's going to suffer because your teams, your people themselves are struggling with that change. Again, we can't do this alone. It can't be technology only led, and it can't be business led without technology. It needs to be led together because it's so transformative and so impactful. So AI changes volume as well, and there's a few ways that we can address it. If we put all this together, what we're really saying is there are a number of things that are different this year, and ways that we need to strategically think about how we operate IT and how we lean proactively within IT into the right investments if we're going to be successful. I hope there's been some ideas you've seen within this presentation that have helped you with that, because I truly believe that AI isn't going to help us bridge this gap, but we, using AI better together, that we can do that together and we can be the thing that closes that gap. This has been a wonderful opportunity to share some of these insights with you. I do have time. I think there's a little comment section for some Q&A. I also had a question that came up a bit earlier from the sidebar, so I'll answer that while we wrap up. But again, I really appreciate your time and attention. So one of the questions that came up was, how do you use AI? Oh, go ahead.
No, you can answer the question, no problem.
Yeah. Many organizations may not have guidelines for using AI, and so adopting it becomes a bit of a risk, because maybe IT themselves maybe don't fully grasp and understand it. Maybe the business leadership doesn't, and so a lot of times, the old analogy, no decision is a decision on its own. That does happen. What I'm not suggesting is like we recklessly, deploy AI, become AI first or anything like that. What I am saying is I think we need to be intentional about the gap. So what is the gap that's stopping us from being, if not AI first, much more AI enabled today? And what are those barriers? And those barriers may be technology ones, like the consolidation efforts I mentioned earlier, which tend to be easier to address, security, things like that, or they may be cultural and other factors. And if it's those other factors, I think IT has, that's why I brought up insecurity. I think we have a place to play within that journey. I did remove it, but I'll just give a quick example in an analogy that I find really helpful with executives. So, I've shown you another visual before where we had the exponential curve. A visual that I find really helpful is to talk about this AI fish. So during the cloud, server to cloud movement, we saw a lot of organizations consolidating there, and it was really about profit and costs. Well, we sort of have something similar with the AI era, where the costs of AI are quite high actually right now, and we're spending a lot of money and effort, and we're getting some value for sure. We're getting value, but what we're trying to do is measure where we are in this fish, because there is another side to it, and the other side is really, really exciting. But we have to understand how much further do we have to go so that we're, bringing our organizations along for it, and we're managing this effectively. And your fish might be different in shape and size. Like, I'm not saying it has to look like that other fish, but this analogy I think works well, because it becomes more of a discussion on where are we in this journey versus is there another side like this? Because there is absolutely another side, as you come out of that AI change. And I think some are on the upward curve already, these frontier organizations, but I think many are still in the belly of the fish. So if that analogy and visual helps, definitely feel free to grab that or message me and I'll send you those slides as well. So and I think, is that a time, or do we have time for one more question?
I have a question. So I have some experience with AI envisioning cards from Microsoft. I found the best thing regarding to start with non-technology like into processes with customers. So but this is the best thing. The most customers question us as a consultant: how could we start? How could we start? What is the best thing? So do you know other strategies to start with AI? So because why I question, so there are three different point of AIs. The end user AI like Copilot M365, I would say the power user AI like everything in Power Platform and Copilot Studio, and I would say the Pro AI for devs. The question is more related to the end user and the power user, and that's why
adoption.microsoft.com is amazing, and there's a lot of Copilot adoption resources, like you mentioned, the scenarios, like where it breaks down scenarios that you can use, guides, checklists, things like that to start. But here's the real dilemma, and I want to be frank about this. I think, again, they're better than nothing. Everyone should use those. They're inspiring. They're helpful for you to understand how to communicate and talk to business units about these AI changes, especially with this Copilot lens. But in your organization, your teams will tell you how they need to use AI. And that will be far better than using, external scenarios to guide it. You can use those to prime things. You can use them to prompt things. You can even use them as initially in those first, waves of pilot to help you kind of ascertain, are we moving forward? Or are we successful in some of these scenarios? Is it making a difference in finance? Is it making a difference in marketing or subgroups in the business? Again, these are wonderful scenario sets. But Microsoft scenarios, and you can probably feel this yourself if you ever work in those fields and you try and follow those little scenarios, they fall short, because that's not how organizations work. There's a lot more nuance, there's more dynamism, there's more going on. And so that's where it becomes really important to have that ownership and agency empowered by a scaling and successful IT group, so that those teams themselves can tell you, if you listen well, proactively, optimally, you can tell how they want to use AI and how they're using it today. And then you can speed them along towards those use cases that work really well for them, while learning in your own organization with voices and stories and success from your own organization to empower that next wave and that next wave and so on and so forth. So I think that's kind of the trick. Is it's great to use those as a jumpstart, but I have seen organizations where they keep being like, no, let's try and achieve these scenarios. And again, you should lean towards where success is working in your organization and double down on that before, injecting something from an external perspective, in my opinion.
Yeah, really good answer, I think. Yeah, so
Amazing.
For today, I think we're running out of time. I want to thank you for it. Was a great session, but I think it was the only strategy session for today. And I think strategy and governance compliance topics are very important. Yeah, this is, it's an important part. So I know someone said in the past I was a technical lover, and now I found out over the time. So the technique is one point, the strategy and the governance and compliance are much more important for the most CTOs, because without these topics, where is any CTO anymore in a company? And thank you for that. I think this was very important, and it wasn't. It is very important for the most consultants to know these insights behind that. Yeah.
Wonderful. I'm glad. If it helped anyone, reach out, connect on LinkedIn. Let's keep the conversation going. And again, thanks so much. Go join more training. There's so many great sessions. I am struggling to choose what to watch today. So again, kudos to the amazing M365 Con team here.
Yeah. And thank you. Then our next session is Juan Carlos Gonzalez Martin. False names. Copilot in SharePoint and OneDrive, the path toward efficient and intelligent document management. We see us again in 10 minutes. Bye.
The Microsoft ecosystem is evolving faster than ever. Copilot, Power Platform, security, modern work, Azure AI, new features every week, new opportunities every day. But learning is scattered. Events are expensive, limited, and difficult to access. That changes now. Welcome to M365 Con, the world's largest online Microsoft 365 convention. 2 powerful weeks, 1 week of workshops, 1 week of free global talks and keynotes. Build your own learning path with expert-led workshops. From Power Platform to security, from Copilot to Azure AI, you choose what matters to you. Then join over 60 free sessions with most valuable professionals, Microsoft trainers, architects, and innovators from around the world. Meet the community, explore the virtual expo, connect with experts, and be part of a global Microsoft experience. Accessible, global, interactive, and designed for every Microsoft 365 professional. M365 Con, your community, your learning path, your Microsoft 365 future. Welcome to Power Bros Knowledge, where Power Platform meets pure innovation. Your business runs on chaos, approvals lost, data scattered, time wasted. We know that pain. Now imagine automating everything, faster, smarter, and built for impact. That's where Power Bros come in, architects of digital change. We don't talk trends, we build results. Our Knowledge Hub turns expertise into action. Real tutorials, real automation, real impact. Whether it's Power Apps, Automate, Logic Apps, or Entra, we make it work together, smarter. Join the Power Bros movement. 30,000 professionals learning, building, and sharing every day. Ready to transform your workflows? Book us now, and let's build something legendary together.
Hi, I'm Sean, and I train people to become Power Platform Solutions Architects. If you're watching this, you know Power Platform, but be honest, when you're building a solution, are you using the best tools to solve the problem, or just the tools you know? If you love building powerful, scalable solutions that make your company money, let me share why our training is different. We've noticed that the best architects know a series of best practices and they apply them to every project. So we took all these best practices and put them into this course.
The Microsoft ecosystem is evolving faster than ever. Copilot, Power Platform, security, modern work, Azure AI, new features every week, new opportunities every day. But learning is scattered. Events are expensive, limited, and difficult to access. That changes now. Welcome to M365 Con, the world's largest online Microsoft 365 convention. 2 powerful weeks, 1 week of workshops, 1 week of free global talks and keynotes. Build your own learning path with expert-led workshops. From Power Platform to security, from Copilot to Azure AI, you choose what matters to you. Then join over 60 free sessions with most valuable professionals, Microsoft trainers, architects, and innovators from around the world. Meet the community, explore the virtual expo, connect with experts, and be part of a global Microsoft experience. Accessible, global, interactive, and designed for every Microsoft 365 professional. M365 Con, your community, your learning path, your Microsoft 365 future. Welcome to Power Bros Knowledge, where Power Platform meets pure innovation. Your business runs on chaos, approvals lost, data scattered, time wasted. We know that pain. Now imagine automating everything, faster, smarter, and built for impact. That's where Power Bros come in, architects of digital change. We don't talk trends, we build results. Our Knowledge Hub turns expertise into action. Real tutorials, real automation, real impact. Whether it's Power Apps, Automate, Logic Apps, or Entra, we make it work together, smarter. Join the Power Bros movement. 30,000 professionals learning, building, and sharing every day. Ready to transform your workflows? Book us now, and let's build something legendary together.
Hi, I'm Sean, and I train people to become Power Platform Solutions Architects. If you're watching this, you know Power Platform, but be honest, when you're building a solution, are you using the best tools to solve the problem, or just the tools you know? If you love building powerful, scalable solutions that make your company money, let me share why our training is different. We've noticed that the best architects know a series of best practices and they apply them to every project. So we took all these best practices and put them into this course.
The Microsoft ecosystem is evolving faster than ever. Copilot, Power Platform, security, modern work, Azure AI, new features every week, new opportunities every day. But learning is scattered. Events are expensive, limited, and difficult to access. That changes now. Welcome to M365 Con, the world's largest online Microsoft 365 convention. 2 powerful weeks, 1 week of workshops, 1 week of free global talks and keynotes. Build your own learning path with expert-led workshops. From Power Platform to security, from Copilot to Azure AI, you choose what matters to you. Then join over 60 free sessions with most valuable professionals, Microsoft trainers, architects, and innovators from around the world. Meet the community, explore the virtual expo, connect with experts, and be part of a global Microsoft experience. Accessible, global, interactive, and designed for every Microsoft 365 professional. M365 Con, your community, your learning path, your Microsoft 365 future.
Hello and a warm welcome to the M365 Con. My name is Marcel Brosch. I'm here today with Juan Carlos Gonzalez Martin. Warm welcome to you. And the topic today is Copilot in SharePoint and OneDrive, the path toward efficient and intelligent document management. Yeah, you could start. Have fun.
Hello, Marcel. Yeah, happy to be here. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming to this session where I will be discussing or showing you, demonstrating some of the AI features we have in OneDrive for Business and SharePoint Online. First of all, I hope all of you are enjoying this great conference organized by Marcel and the rest of the team. The content is really great speakers. So yeah, I hope you're having a lot of fun. I think that's going to be the case. And yeah, I'm going to start sharing my screen. I hope I'm not going to have any problems with my internet connection. Let's hope this is not going to happen. Yeah. So if you see me looking at the other monitor, it's because I have another PC over there. Perfect. So everything looks like it's working. So as Marcel was introducing, in this talk, we are going to talk about how with Copilot in SharePoint and OneDrive, we can manage in a smart way all the documents we can have. Either they are personal documents, so they are in OneDrive, or why not? We are talking about our organization documents. They are stored in SharePoint. And the idea is to teach you how you can get the most using Copilot in OneDrive AI actions in SharePoint. To be clear, I'm not going to talk about the knowledge agent in SharePoint Online. This is something you for sure have already seen in other sessions. So my talk is really focused on those other AI features we have thanks to having a Microsoft 365 Copilot license. First of all, a little bit about myself. I'm Juan Carlos González. I'm from Spain, living in the Netherlands for a long time. Father of a kid of 10 years old. He speaks Dutch, Spanish, and English. He's very smart. Here in this slide, you can see some of my contact details, just in case after this session you want to reach me to discuss or to talk about the content of today's session or any other topic around Microsoft 365, Microsoft Teams, and of course, Microsoft 365 Copilot, the hot topic today. So what's in the agenda? This is the agenda. You can think a lot of contents, not really. So the idea is to do a really interactive session. So a lot of demos where you are going to see, I hope, a new stuff for you and some other stuff you already know for sure. First of all, we are going to talk about, of course, about SharePoint and OneDrive and the key role in Microsoft 365. As you know, SharePoint is a key milestone on the AI strategy of Microsoft. Why? Because in SharePoint and in OneDrive, we have most of our enterprise content today. So no matter if we're talking about Microsoft 365 Copilot, we are talking about agents created within Copilot Studio Lite, or the agent builder, Copilot Studio, or even with AI Foundry. SharePoint is one of the basic data sources where we are going to have information to feed those agents. Then we will be talking about Copilot in SharePoint. In this case, as I was mentioning before, my idea is to talk about AI actions, what is in there, thanks to having a Microsoft 365 Copilot license. And of course, Copilot in OneDrive. Here, we will talk about use cases, what is possible with them, what you can do with both tools. You are going to see that most of the actions available, for instance, in Copilot in OneDrive are going to be available with AI actions in SharePoint. Then we will focus on Copilot in OneDrive for Business plus OneDrive agents. This is something new. Indeed, this is being rolled out by Microsoft. Maybe you already have in your tenancy. I can tell you that at the end of the year, I only have OneDrive agents in one of my tenants. And now I started to see this feature in some other tenants. We will move to AI actions for SharePoint sites, the options that are available in there. What do you need in order to be able to use AI actions in SharePoint and Copilot in OneDrive for Business? And of course, some limitations you can currently face when using both of these features. Of course, we will talk about some themes that are coming because this is continuously evolving. As Microsoft 365 evolves, the same happens with AI features we have in SharePoint and OneDrive for Business. And yeah, just for the last part of the session, a small recap and hopefully some Q&A with Marcel. So why SharePoint and OneDrive are key in Microsoft 365? We're particularly talking about SharePoint and also OneDrive. As you know, OneDrive is built on top of SharePoint Online. They are the backbone of many services and applications we have in Microsoft 365. I'm talking here about Microsoft Teams, Outlook, Microsoft Loop, Microsoft List, Whiteboard, and of course Copilot. And we have some other products such as Microsoft Clipchamps, Viva Amplify, Viva Connections, and many other products that are going to use SharePoint to store just files. Indeed, and you can see different numbers depending on the source. SharePoint Online is used heavily for many organizations across the world. As you can see here, 2 to 3,000 million files are added to SharePoint every day. I'm not counting here files added to OneDrive. Same happens talking about business processes. We are talking about 3 million flows orchestrating contents every week. When we are talking about 3 million flows, we are talking about Power Automate flows. So here I'm not taking into account SharePoint rules or other automations that are coming to SharePoint. And lastly, as you can see here, we have 2 million sites created daily on SharePoint Online. So SharePoint is not only the platform for storing information for AI, it's also a platform that scales to the sky. Let's talk now about use cases for both Copilot in SharePoint, AI Actions, and Copilot in OneDrive. Those are the 4 main use cases. So, of course, those are AI features. When we talk about any kind of AI tool, normally we use an AI tool to ask questions or to analyze content. And of course, this is something we have in both Copilot in OneDrive and the AI actions in SharePoint. So we don't need to search for information anymore, as we used to do in the past. We only had to simply ask Copilot and get answers, or use the AI actions. Then we have the catch-up feature. So we can select several files, up to 5. This is the magic number. And then we can ask for a summary of those files, for a comparison of the files, or why not ask about differences between them, or getting the main points and insights on every of those 5 files. Then we can create new content. I'm talking here about FAQs, executive summaries, user guides, and a new thing, audio overviews, and more. And then we can compare files. How do we compare files? By creating a table or a text summary that compares 2 or more files without having to open and close those files. So that's productivity. I like this table a lot. I built by myself. So here you can see some different uses or use cases we have for both Copilot in SharePoint and Copilot in OneDrive. For me, the most interesting message from this table is what is possible and what is not possible, depending on the feature. So as you can see here, basically everything is possible in both tools, AI actions in SharePoint and Copilot in OneDrive. There is only one thing that is not possible in Copilot in OneDrive, that is summarize SharePoint pages. That's natural, because in SharePoint Online, SharePoint sites, we can create pages with AI, we can ask the AI actions to summarize a page, and of course, we can do the same with the knowledge agent. But in OneDrive, on the contrary, we can do that. There was an experiment from Microsoft to create personal pages in OneDrive for Business. If I remember well, this was rolled out last year, but they decided to remove this feature because maybe the usage they saw in the telemetry was not high enough to keep that feature on the OneDrive, and even add more enhancements and things like that. So that's why that's not possible to summarize SharePoint pages in OneDrive. But the rest of the use cases are normally present in both cases. So let's move to Copilot in OneDrive for Business and OneDrive agents. Here you can see some of the key features we have in Copilot in OneDrive. First of all, you are going to see always on Copilot in OneDrive, thanks to the Copilot button that is available in OneDrive. So in the same way you have the knowledge agent button in SharePoint sites, you're going to have the Copilot button in OneDrive. So no matter where you are, you can just click the button, and then you are going to have Copilot to help you, to support you. Then, depending on where you are, you can select like different documents on a folder, for instance, and you can use this button to ask questions in natural language about those documents. Remember, you can select up to 5 documents. The main use cases you have when working with documents, and when I say documents, I should say files, because indeed you can work with different file formats. You can work with Office documents, you can work with PDFs, with video, particularly with meetings, images, and more to come. And the things you can do really depends on the kind of file. So if we're talking about Office files, PDF files, you can compare the difference between the files. You can ask for a quick file summary. You can generate insights. But for instance, if you select an image, you're going to see that what you can do is different. You can ask for analyzed image. You can ask for extract text from the image, and so on. And if we're talking about these meetings, the questions we can do to Copilot in OneDrive are going to be related to what is possible with Teams meetings. And of course, last thing we can do is just to generate any content, including audio summaries. This is available in Copilot in OneDrive, but it's also available in AI actions in SharePoint sites. I don't recall if it's possible you are going to hear for you. It's possible to hear the audio I generate within an audio summary, but we will see in the demo. So let's go for the first demo, Copilot in OneDrive for Business. So before moving to my demo environment, let me review the demos I want to show you. So we are going to see the Copilot button in OneDrive. Then we will start using Copilot in OneDrive for Business. Of course, in order to have Copilot in OneDrive, you need to have a Microsoft 365 Copilot license. Then we have this Copilot button in the Microsoft Universal File Viewer. Well, this feature is rolling out, and the rollout has been delayed. It's a pity because it's a nice feature. So basically, when you open a file in the File Viewer, the Universal File Viewer in Microsoft 365, you are going to see the Copilot button. And you can use this button to interact with the file. Of course, this is not really new. Copilot will share in the file. We can generate an AI description for sharing the file. And this is actually new, Copilot in PDF files, how we can operate using Copilot when opening a PDF in the browser from our OneDrive. So let's go to the first of the demos. So as you can see here, sorry for this, in the corner of my right, in this case, at the bottom of the page, I can see the Copilot button, and it's present no matter where I move in OneDrive for Business. So if I move between the different views, the button is always present, and I can open it. If I'm not selecting a single file, I can see actually the features that are available for me. So in this case, as you can see, I have 4 of the use cases we have already talked about. So I can summarize files, I can create content, I can ask questions about files, and I can ask generic questions. What is possible to be done with Copilot in OneDrive? So here you have, very fast, even more things you can do. So summarize files, compare files, ask questions about files, get insights from images, generate audio overviews, and get insights from your team meetings. That's perfect. So let's move forward to my files. And I think I have an M365 conf folder here. And here I have like demo content. This is actually my session slides. I need to update a little bit them because I have seen some typos. But for instance, I can move forward to this other folder. This is all content actually. And I can select the file. And as you can see, as soon as I do that, Copilot understands that I'm selecting a file. I can click, in this case, the button again. And now I have different prompts that are related to this file. So I'm going to ask, in this case, Copilot to summarize this file. Copilot is going to do the work. In this case, this is the user experience we normally have. And when using Copilot in OneDrive, a pop-up opens. Some things still to be improved by Microsoft. So this is weird. As you can see here, this link to the document. This is unexpected. But in the end, it did the job. So basically provide a summary of this file. Of course, I can continue asking more things. So can you create a FAQ for this file? Maybe this file is not convenient. I can ask about this one related to Microsoft 365 Copilot in Excel. And I'm going to ask the same. Again, you are going to see some unexpected themes, maybe related to the link to the file. Microsoft, if you are looking at it, you are watching my session, please fix this problem, because I already since this problem in Collab Days Oslo in December. They didn't fix this, but okay, it's doing the work. It's generating a FAQ document for me. I can continue asking questions to Copilot. So here I have my FAQ and more things. The other thing I can do is just to select several files. 3, 4, you can see the counter is growing. 5, if I select another one, boom, I cannot do a thing with Copilot. Copilot can only work with 5 files selected. Okay, nice to know. So now, as you can see, I have contextual prompts for the 5 files selected. A nice one is compare these files. In this case, a bigger pop-up. A Copilot is going to compare those 5 files. It's going to take a time, depending on the size of the files. As you can see there is one that is 66 megs, but yeah, it's starting to work. That's perfect. So yeah, Copilot in OneDrive is working as expected. So that's about the button and different features we have. So the Copilot in button in the Microsoft 365 file viewer. What I mean by that? Well, I have here, let's unselect this, a PDF file. If I click on the PDF file, as you can see here, I have the Microsoft 365 Universal Viewer. I don't see the Copilot button. So when this is fully rolled out, you should see the Copilot button here to interact with this file. For now on, you have the Copilot option in here that opens this side panel. And of course, you can ask Copilot things about this document. The other demo I have here is that I can select a text in here, and boom, you have a new Copilot feature in here. So can you explain this for me? What it's going to do is to open, in this case, Copilot side panel with the specific questions about the selected text. And it's working as expected. So this is something new. If you are not seeing yet this in your tenancy, don't worry, it's coming. So it works as expected. Perfect. Let's go back to the slides. One last thing, sorry, about demos. The other thing you can do with a file, for instance, this one is convenient. Instead of using the Copilot button, I can create an audio overview. I don't know you're going to be able to listen to this audio. We can back to this later. That's not a problem. But this is the audio player, the Copilot audio player. Okay, it's playing the audio overview. In this case, it's using only one voice. I'm telling you because it's possible you can ask to generate the audio overview with a podcast style. That means 2 voices. This is crazy. And as you can see, using this player, you can move back and forward the audio summary. And if you are fine with the summary, you can save to your OneDrive. And this same feature is also available on SharePoint sites. So it's really crazy. So the use case here is that you can ask for audio summaries, and instead of, imagine you are really busy and you are driving, and you generate before, of course, taking your car, you generate the audio overviews, and then you can listen to the audio overviews while you are driving, using, of course, the connection of your mobile phone with your car and things like that. So it's production on the go, productivity on the go. So let's move to the slides. Now, as I was mentioning before, a new feature we also have in Copilot in OneDrive, Copilot agents for OneDrive. So that's actually very interesting. This is an extension of SharePoint agents. As you know, before the knowledge agent, Microsoft released SharePoint agents. SharePoint agents are declarative agents you can create on SharePoint sites. So you can fit the agent within documents within the site, and now you can do the same in OneDrive. So basically, you can select a bunch of files, and from this bunch of files, you can create an agent, or you can select the folder, and you can create an agent using that folder. The process to create a OneDrive agent is exactly the same process we already know for SharePoint agents. So first of all, we need to provide a name and a purpose for the agent, also an icon to identify the agent. Then we need to indicate the content that is going to feed the agent. And then, of course, we have to define the behavior of the agent. So that means startup prompts, and the most important thing of any kind of agent, the instructions. That's the key of having a good agent, a working agent. Some recommendations when creating an agent, and those recommendations, those tips also apply to SharePoint agents. First of all, quality. Well, it's important you use content that is, good content with good quality, with a structure, and so on. It's also important you don't really focus on the amount of content, because the creative agents, they are limited in terms of the number of files you can use for defining an agent. That's why the second tip is really important. Use content that is manageable, use small documents if possible, because the agent is going to answer better. And then feedback. When you create an agent and you share the agent with others, your work is not finished. You have to ask for feedback. And based on the feedback, you can improve your agent, particularly the structures, because maybe the instructions for the agents are not good enough, and you need to do some tuning so the agent can behave better. So let's go to agents in OneDrive. How do I create an agent in OneDrive for Business? Again, in order to be able to create agents in OneDrive for Business, I need to have a Microsoft 365 license. So moving forward, let's go to the demo environment. And what I'm going to do now is just to select this folder. As you can see, I already have an agent available here. So an agent in OneDrive is in the end just a .agent file where I have all the definition of my agent available. So I'm going to select this folder, and I'm going to create an agent. Let's click on agent. I can change the icon for this agent. In this case, I'm going to use this one. Here I have a Word document where I have all the setup for this particular agent. In this case, I'm going to call it, if I'm able to do that, let me see. Wait a minute. I don't know why this is not working. Yes, hold on a second. Okay. Okay, now it seems it's working. Okay, perfect. This is the Microsoft 365 agent. I'm going to change the icon in this case. Let's put a description, the purpose for this agent. In this case, is this one. Perfect. Now, since I didn't select the folder in the second try, I'm going to select from my OneDrive the folder of the specific files I want to use in the agent. So in this case, I'm going to click on my files. I should have here Microsoft 365 folder, and this is a folder I want to use it. So really familiar experience. And then the behavior. So let's put a welcome message. This is the welcome message in this case. The starter prompts. Let's go like this. So let's remove unexpected characters in here. Of course, in this experience to create the agent, I can test it before saving my changes. And lastly, with the last prompt, same thing. There we go. And now distractions. So this is where the magic of the agent happens. So in this case, first of all, I'm describing the role of this agent. So this is a Microsoft 365 Copilot adoption advisor that is able to provide advice about how to adopt Microsoft 365 Copilot in organization. This agent is also very good with change management and adoption approaches and techniques. And the agent is also Microsoft 365 Copilot expert. Pretty good, eh? And then we have the skills. So first skill is about providing clear information about training contents related to Microsoft 365 Copilot. Some more details. Of course, since we are adopting Microsoft 365 Copilot, is going to be really important to have the support to create use cases and scenario guides. Skill number 3 is about how to get the most of Microsoft 365 Copilot. And skill number 4 is about advice about use cases and scenarios that are interesting for organization. So I'm going to select the full set of instructions, and we are going to paste in here. Okay, everything is here. That's perfect. Now we can test the agent. So I'm going to use the first of the prompt. Of course, you can create from scratch your prompts. In this case, we are going to use the default ones. Okay, is answering as expected. That's perfect. So I think I'm ready to create to create the agent. So let's do that. So of course I have here the citations used. So let's click on create. Perfect. So once the agent is created, as you can see here, I can do two things. First thing is I can start chatting with the agent. Where this is going to happen? Well, it's not going to happen in OneDrive for Business. That's something interesting. It's the opposite we have with SharePoint agents. When you are chatting with a SharePoint agent, the chat happens in the SharePoint site. What happens with OneDrive agents is that the agents are surfacing in Microsoft 365 Copilot chat and in any other surface where we can see agents. So for instance, this is an agent I create in OneDrive, and I know that because I can see this was created by me. And of course, I know this is an agent I create in OneDrive for Business. The other thing I can do is just I can share the agent. And this is a little bit confusing, at least for now, to me, because you could think, okay, you are sharing the agent, so that means that the agent can be used by others. No. When you are sharing the agent, that means that you are sharing the agents with others so they can edit the agent, and then they can start using it. So to me, it's a little bit confusing, and this is feedback from Microsoft. So I'm going to start chatting with the agent, and when I do that, as you can see here, I'm automatically redirect to Microsoft 365 Copilot chat. I think this is a little bit buggy because, as you can see, it's trying to load the agent. But in the end, here I have my agent. That's perfect. So this OneDrive agent is indeed a Microsoft 365 Copilot agent. So I can ask, in this case, to summarize key highlights on the typical Microsoft Copilot adoption project. Let's do that. Same user experience. That's not a problem. So it's working, and the content is being cited. Perfect. One other thing. Where is the agent file? Well, it should be here. Let's refresh this. Yeah, I don't know why it's not here, but it should be here, the agent I just created. The other thing I can do is, okay, how do you share, again, this agent once you create it? No problem, because as you can see, as soon as the new agent surfaces in Copilot chat, you can still edit. Then you are redirected to, that's interesting, to your OneDrive. So the file is somewhere So if I click on, I don't know, okay, it's in here, so I can do the edits I want it, but also from Copilot chat, I can share the agent. In this case, I'm going to share with Jose. There we go. I can add a message, of course, but I'm going to click on send. Jose is going to receive an invitation to edit the agent. There, here we have the sharing email. I can open, and I can open this as Jose because I also have a Microsoft 365 Copilot license. If I don't have a Microsoft 365 Copilot license, I cannot edit the agent. I cannot use it. So I'm going to click on open. If everything goes well, okay, I don't know why this is asking sign in. I can use the agent from here. That's perfect. And I can even edit. Something you maybe wonder is, okay, you share the agent. That it means you also share the content that is feeding the agent? No. So the agent shouldn't answer anything about content that is being used by this particular agent. And you are going to see that this is going to be the case. So that's something good to know. Yeah, that's an expected answer. So if I want to the OneDrive agent I have shared to work also for my colleagues, I need also to share the content that is being used by the agent. Otherwise, the agent is not useful. As I said, I can edit the agent. That's not a problem. And the agent at some point is going to surface also here. Let me refresh here. This. Okay, there you go. Here you have the agent. Interesting stuff. And the other thing is if I close this and I close here, okay. Oh, you can see where the agent file went. It went to an agents folder. So the question is why this agent is in this agents folder and not the other? No idea. I think it's a bug. Interesting. This is funny. I learned a lot from sessions I deliver conferences, and that is something I love it. So let's move forward to AI actions for SharePoint sites. Well, key features as with Copilot in OneDrive. First of all, AI actions are available in any single document library command bar as soon as you have a Microsoft 365 Copilot license. That's the important thing here. They mirror the same actions available in OneDrive. So indeed, AI actions are there to enhance your productivity when interacting with files through natural language prompts. And the use cases and scenarios are exactly the same we have in Copilot in OneDrive for Business. Demo number 3, AI actions for SharePoint sites. So when I talk about AI actions in SharePoint sites, I'm referring to the actions I have available on every single document library on SharePoint sites as soon as I have a Microsoft 365 Copilot license. So for instance, if I click on this Microsoft 365 Copilot training materials, and I select a different document this time, I have here the actions available. And also, as you can see, this is the new user experience we have for document libraries in SharePoint Online that is changing. So I can summarize this file. In this case, same experience pop-up. So we can see the difference between using AI actions and using the knowledge agent or SharePoint agents. That's important. The actions are doing their job as expected. And I can click on ask a question. And in this case, that's interesting because here I'm seeing, hey, our best friend, the knowledge agent. Interesting. So let's close this. What else can I do? Of course, I can also create an audio overview. Same user experience. Initially, one audio voice, or I can switch to podcast style with 2 voices. Depending on the size of the files, this is going to take more time. In this case, it's taking a little bit longer. But it's doing the job. And then again, I can save the audio overview when ready to OneDrive. In this case, it's disabled. I don't know why, but it should be possible. The other interesting thing here is that, and I didn't demo this in Copilot in OneDrive, is what happens with images. So if I click on the root folder, so to the root of this document library, I have here an images folder. And I can select one of the images I have available in here. So for instance, I think this one is Coral Oslo. I don't know if this is going to work. Or I also have this one that is from M365. Perfect. So if I select an image in this document library, as you can see, the options available under the AI actions section are different. So I can ask, in this case, to spin the image. Same features are available in Copilot in OneDrive. Sometimes, depending on the image, this is not going to work, but in this case, it's working. Of course, I know because I tested this before. So first of all, this is great. The AI is spinning what it understands from the image. It's talking about the M365 conference, the conference that is focused on Microsoft 365 technology, blah, 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 things like that. The other thing I can do is, hey, can you extract text? And this is interesting. Imagine extracting text from invoices or from quotes or things like that. Well, you can do it with AI actions. It's doing that. So you're having the text on a list, but in the end, everything that is in the image, in the form of the text, is being extracted. That's cool. And you can even ask to analyze an image using a specific file. So imagine you have, again, different invoices or contracts or whatever, and you want to provide help, in this case, to the AI actions or to Copilot in OneDrive to extract information of those files based on a document where you have instructions. You can expect to find, for instance, for an invoice, the invoice amount, the invoice date, things like that. And this is the format where you are going to find this information. So in the end, you are helping AI to extract information. So let me check. I didn't miss the demos. Okay. The last demo I have here is about SharePoint agents, something that is also new. So as you know, we have now the knowledge agent. The knowledge agent is available for you. Also, you have a Microsoft 365 Copilot license when this is fully rolled out. For now on, it's in preview, so that means you can opt out to use it. You can enable on specific sites. You can test it, and you also have included the ability to create custom agents. So I already have some agents available here. So for instance, I think this one is working, not really sure. I can edit the agent. Same familiar experience I already demonstrated to you with the OneDrive agents. And the new thing here is that we can choose files or folders or sites, SharePoint sites, SharePoint folders, SharePoint files, or as you can see here, we can also select files that are in OneDrive for Business. That's really cool. So we can provide more context to our agent. The rest of the configuration are exactly the same because the agent designer is just the same. I demonstrate to you OneDrive for Business. So just to finish this talk, no more demos. Some important things for you. So what do you need in order to use both OneDrive agents and AI actions for SharePoint sites and Copilot in OneDrive? Microsoft 365 Copilot licenses. Here, the pay-as-you-go thing doesn't work. So that's really important. So for Copilot in OneDrive, for OneDrive agents, for AI actions, you just need Microsoft 365 Copilot license. Some limits, and these limits can change over the time. First of all, if you want to work with several files, remember the big number or the number 5. That's the maximum number of files you can select to work with files in OneDrive or with AI actions. Supported file types. Well, for the moment, you can work with Office documents on universal formats, images, meeting recordings, not videos. That's interesting. OneNote files, web files, and open document formats. The other formats that are supported in Microsoft 365 for now on cannot be used using with the AI actions or with Copilot in OneDrive. Copilot agents for OneDrive limits. Well, number of sources you can use, 20 files, 20 folders. That's a limit we also have in SharePoint agents. So that's important for you to know. Number of files that can be contained in a folder. Well, you cannot expect to have thousands of files. The agent is not going to work well. But I can tell you that this number was increased from the initial release of what was possible with SharePoint agents. So thousands of files is going to work the agent quite well. What about the roadmap? Well, this is the Copilot button in the Universal File Viewer. This is something I have already seen in my tenancy, but I think they have paused the rollout of this feature. Is coming. So when you open the file with the Universal File Viewer, you can use Copilot from the floating button. And of course, if you go to the public Microsoft 365 roadmap and you do a quick search of OneDrive plus Copilot, SharePoint plus Copilot, you can see that there are different features that are either in development or being rolled out. This is a screenshot of some of the things we have already seen in today's session, and more things coming. This is in development, actually. For instance, review PDF files using Copilot context menu. I already demoed this, and also with AI actions. And more things in development. So, for instance, that's going to be a nice one. Create a presentation from a Word file. Convert. This is something I'm expecting to test. Convert the Copilot response into a Word file. Pretty cool. Or I'm curious to know what is catch up with Copilot in terms of user experience. So, of course, everything is explained in the roadmap with more or less detail. And yeah, there are more things that are coming that were disclosed at Ignite. So Smart Search is coming to OneDrive. So the same kind of experience we have today with Copilot Search, where you do a search using a natural language sentence. And instead of having a set of search results, first of all, you have an AI answer. And then just behind the search results, same feature is coming to OneDrive. This logic is coming. And I expected this is also coming to SharePoint Search. Researcher integration in OneDrive. This is also coming. So you are going to be able to use Researcher agent from OneDrive. So you can actually do some more deep analysis of the data you have in your OneDrive. No matter you are talking about Excel, finance data, for instance, finance report in Word, in PowerPoint, even information that is in video. So just to finish this session, I think I'm on time. Session recap. Well, with Copilot in SharePoint and Copilot in OneDrive, you can easily discover, consume, and share user access information quickly and very easily. You have the same use cases for both Copilot favors. Those are, you can extract information from multiple files. You can compare differences between files, do summaries, including audio overviews, and so on. Copilot agents are the new toys we have to create agents in Microsoft 365, and they are indeed an extension of SharePoint agents, but of course focus on your personal content. You can share them, but remember, you have also to share content. And yeah, it's important you manage expectations in terms of what is possible with Copilot in SharePoint and Copilot in OneDrive, taking into account some of the limits we have in both today. And with that, this is everything I have for you today. I hope you have found this session useful. And yeah, Marcel, I'm open to questions. Everything is done from my side.
Yes, thank you, Carlos. It was really interesting. So there's one question. Do you know when Copilot licenses will be available in development tenants? At the moment, I have a dev tenant and a regular business standard for Copilot.
Do you mean agents in OneDrive? Sorry, what's the question again?
The question was, do you know when Copilot licenses will be available in development tenants?
Oh, I don't really know. I mean, I have in my MVP tenant because Microsoft provide the license.
Mm.
So yeah, development tenants, they are special tenants because they come with license by default, and apparently you cannot purchase things on top of that. To be honest, I don't know if this is going to be something we are going to have available in development tenants.
Yeah, so it's a big question if we'll come with features in the future. Why? I think only the graph part is for devs, and the graph part is integrated in the standard version 2. So I don't think so that Microsoft will put that in the future in an end-to-end dev tenant, but it's not in knowledge here.
No,
so but I have another question. So I think other people have nearly the same question in their mind. But this is, what are you thinking are the top 3 use cases for OneDrive agents and for SharePoint agents? So it's like ever been, Microsoft drops a new technology, but the adoption part is what are the use cases?
Yeah, the use cases for both kinds of agents for me are the same. So basically, you need to have like skilled agents that are experts on, such as my demos, on doing something specific, such as, why not, change management processes. So you, in your organization, you feed the agent with the change management documentation you have, and then you can have a change management expert. Or for instance, why not? You have a specific way to manage projects, and you want to have your project agent based on project documentation you have in SharePoint sites or OneDrive. So to me, the use cases are quite similar, to be honest with you. Of course, the difference between agents in OneDrive and agents in SharePoint is the same when we talk about when do I have files in OneDrive, when do I have files in SharePoint. I use OneDrive for my personal files. So maybe you have to think on OneDrive agents when talking about your personal agents, your productivity agents. However, on the contrary, we have to think on SharePoint agents about team agents, departmental agents, something that are going to be some agents that are going to be used by a wider audience. So a full department, a full team of people. It really depends.
But it's really cool ideas like projects or, for example, contracts. So like we as consultants are in contracts with customers, and the customers has a wish, and we can have an agent of a contract and said, is this in a contract? And we can, the agent say no. So and we can find the sentence why or the agent find nothing here. So I think this is really good ideas.
Yeah, or for instance, a typical example of agent in OneDrive. What about managing your travel and expenses? So you do a picture of taxi receipt or hotel expenses and so on. You store them in your OneDrive, and you have an agent to get important information, and then you can use the information to fill the forms or whatever system you have. So you get paid. So that's again a personal agent that is focused on your stuff, your information.
Really, really good. So I thank you for your session.
Thanks for having me.
yeah, it was really interesting. So I did work every day with its agents in SharePoint and OneDrive, and this helps me a lot to get more experience and ideas. So the next session and the last session of today is Drew Madelung. He will join in 10 minutes with a topic deep dive into file sharing files in SharePoint, OneDrive, and Teams. I thank you, Juan Carlos. Have a nice day, and we see us soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, and congratulations for the conference.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
The Microsoft ecosystem is evolving faster than ever. Copilot, Power Platform, security, modern work, Azure AI, new features every week, new opportunities every day. But learning is scattered. Events are expensive, limited, and difficult to access. That changes now. Welcome to M365 Con, the world's largest online Microsoft 365 convention. 2 powerful weeks, 1 week of workshops, 1 week of free global talks and keynotes. Build your own learning path with expert-led workshops. From Power Platform to security, from Copilot to Azure AI, you choose what matters to you. Then join over 60 free sessions with most valuable professionals, Microsoft trainers, architects, and innovators from around the world. Meet the community, explore the virtual expo, connect with experts, and be part of a global Microsoft experience. Accessible, global, interactive, and designed for every Microsoft 365 professional. M365 Con, your community, your learning path, your Microsoft 365 future. Welcome to Power Bros Knowledge, where Power Platform meets pure innovation. Your business runs on chaos, approvals lost, data scattered, time wasted. We know that pain. Now imagine automating everything, faster, smarter, and built for impact. That's where Power Bros come in, architects of digital change. We don't talk trends, we build results. Our Knowledge Hub turns expertise into action. Real tutorials, real automation, real impact. Whether it's Power Apps, Automate, Logic Apps, or Entra, we make it work together, smarter. Join the Power Bros movement. 30,000 professionals learning, building, and sharing every day. Ready to transform your workflows? Book us now, and let's build something legendary together.
Hi, I'm Sean, and I train people to become Power Platform Solutions Architects. If you're watching this, you know Power Platform, but be honest, when you're building a solution, are you using the best tools to solve the problem, or just the tools you know? If you love building powerful, scalable solutions that make your company money, let me share why our training is different. We've noticed that the best architects know a series of best practices and they apply them to every project. So we took all these best practices and put them into this course.
The Microsoft ecosystem is evolving faster than ever. Copilot, Power Platform, security, modern work, Azure AI, new features every week, new opportunities every day. But learning is scattered. Events are expensive, limited, and difficult to access. That changes now. Welcome to M365 Con, the world's largest online Microsoft 365 convention. 2 powerful weeks, 1 week of workshops, 1 week of free global talks and keynotes. Build your own learning path with expert-led workshops. From Power Platform to security, from Copilot to Azure AI, you choose what matters to you. Then join over 60 free sessions with most valuable professionals, Microsoft trainers, architects, and innovators from around the world. Meet the community, explore the virtual expo, connect with experts, and be part of a global Microsoft experience. Accessible, global, interactive, and designed for every Microsoft 365 professional. M365 Con, your community, your learning path, your Microsoft 365 future. Welcome to Power Bros Knowledge, where Power Platform meets pure innovation. Your business runs on chaos, approvals lost, data scattered, time wasted. We know that pain. Now imagine automating everything, faster, smarter, and built for impact. That's where Power Bros come in, architects of digital change. We don't talk trends, we build results. Our Knowledge Hub turns expertise into action. Real tutorials, real automation, real impact. Whether it's Power Apps, Automate, Logic Apps, or Entra, we make it work together, smarter. Join the Power Bros movement. 30,000 professionals learning, building, and sharing every day. Ready to transform your workflows? Book us now, and let's build something legendary together.
Hi, I'm Sean, and I train people to become Power Platform Solutions Architects. If you're watching this, you know Power Platform, but be honest, when you're building a solution, are you using the best tools to solve the problem, or just the tools you know? If you love building powerful, scalable solutions that make your company money, let me share why our training is different. We've noticed that the best architects know a series of best practices and they apply them to every project. So we took all these best practices and put them into this course.
The Microsoft ecosystem is evolving faster than ever. Copilot, Power Platform, security, modern work, Azure AI, new features every week, new opportunities every day. But learning is scattered. Events are expensive, limited, and difficult to access. That changes now. Welcome to M365 Con, the world's largest online Microsoft 365 convention. 2 powerful weeks, 1 week of workshops, 1 week of free global talks and keynotes. Build your own learning path with expert-led workshops. From Power Platform to security, from Copilot to Azure AI, you choose what matters to you. Then join over 60 free sessions with most valuable professionals, Microsoft trainers, architects, and innovators from around the world. Meet the community, explore the virtual expo, connect with experts, and be part of a global Microsoft experience. Accessible, global, interactive, and designed for every Microsoft 365 professional.
So, hello and a warm welcome to the M365 Con. My name is Marcel Boschk. I'm the co-founder of the M365 Con and the last session of the day with Drew Madalang. A warm welcome to you. The topic today is a deep dive into file sharing files in SharePoint, OneDrive, and Teams. You can start. Have fun.
Thank you. Let me share my screen here. I'm going to share this monitor over here. All right. Thank you, Marcel, for this. And so what I'm going to be talking about in this session is all around file sharing in SharePoint, OneDrive, and Teams. So what I'm going to be going through here is first introduction me. So myself, thanks for the introduction. So my name is Drew Madalang. I am a Microsoft MVP focused on SharePoint and OneDrive. And my life is basically either hanging out with my family or doing things like this around SharePoint. And I work for a company called Protiviti. So my life is consulting. And I've been doing a lot with the kind of external enablement or SharePoint enablement over the years. And this will be focusing on SharePoint Online and, well, M365 as a whole. So what I'm going to start with, let me move this actually, get out of the way. What I'm going to start with is we need to understand what M365 looks like. So how M365 and SharePoint is built and files work. I'll be talking about internal versus external. It's important to understand when we look at sharing. And then I'll be going through the demonstration and details of what does sharing in files look like. And when I do that, we have to talk about groups and sites and teams and the containers, because when we get into management and we look at what sharing files are and what you can do, what you can manage is really important for how sharing files works. And then I have some exciting news that's been shared, but I have a little information about some of the new link information, how this is changing. So we have something that we have today, and sharing files will be evolving in 2026, and I'll share more about that at the end. So with that, the way to think about collaboration M365 is that we have three main collaboration estates. We have our OneDrive location where we can access our personal files and technically all of our files. I'll show you that. We have Teams where we can share within the team itself, which is a specific type of container. The same with SharePoint, where that is a specific type of container. And when you get into the sharing options in there, you can do different things in these different areas. Okay? So in OneDrive, of course, you can share files and folders. In OneDrive, we can also request files. So that affects how you want to, if you want to request files externally, you have to have a specific configuration, and that's in OneDrive. In Teams, you have the ability, again, to share files and folders. But in Teams, you can also share a channel. And you can add users to the group. So I can add internal or external people into my group, to my team, and that in turn grants them access to that content. So there's a different layer of a way you can share files and teams. If I add someone to the team, it'll add them to everything else. In SharePoint has a similar path where, of course, again, we can share files and folders. We have a nuance in SharePoint where we can also share the site itself and not necessarily the permissions of the group. And what this means when you look at these three pillars and you think about sharing, you need to think about how sharing affects all of these together, right? Like this is when I look at sharing files, you were sharing files across SharePoint, OneDrive, and Teams, and the impacts of that are the different ways you can share across SharePoint, OneDrive, and Teams. So what that looks like is you have files across the board. You have group-based controls in Teams and SharePoint. And then unique to Teams, we can share channels, and unique to SharePoint, we can share the site itself. That's how you can break it down and say, what are the areas where we can share in SharePoint, OneDrive, and Teams? Now, what that also means that there's different sharing settings for the containers versus the files. When I say containers, I'm going to call that either group or site. Right? Group or site is a container. Files live in those containers. Or I could say team as well. You could say group, site, team. Those are the containers. I'll explain more what that means, but then you have files live in those containers. And it's important to understand the differentiator between the two because the technical controls and the options you have are different. So what does that look like behind the scenes? So when we think about, to start with, I want to talk about SharePoint security because when we're looking at files, we're really focused on primarily files that live in SharePoint. So this has not changed. The idea of SharePoint security has not changed in many, many years. We still have a user, you have a permission level, and then an object. So I could say I'm Drew and I want to have edit access to a file. Right? That can be, those are the three pillars that make up your file or your SharePoint-based security. On SharePoint, you have your site collection, your site, your library list, your file, your folder, and there's a hierarchy to that. But again, user can have a specific permission, add a specific object. Inside of this, we have inheritance. So if I take a file, or I take a folder, I take a library, by default, if I add someone to my SharePoint site, my OneDrive, they get access to, if I do at the top, they get access below. If we break inheritance, it will stop. And I added something up top, they would not get access to that location. So if I had a SharePoint site and I share that SharePoint site with Bob, and then, so Bob would then have access on the left here with everything that exists. And then I go and grab a list and share it with Nancy, but just that list. So that can be Bob and Nancy would have access to that list because the inheritance was done before. But then I go add, but Nancy does not have access to the site. So I've broken inheritance, said Nancy only get access to this list. Bob still has access to everything, but Nancy only gets that list. And that's how inheritance works. And that matters when we're talking about sharing files. Because what it comes down to is when we look at how membership is granted, membership can be granted via links and via sharing. So if we added someone, to the site, we add them to the group, that would technically grant them access to everything. And when we delete that group, let's say we had a SharePoint group, that would delete access to, let's say I grab a library and I share a folder, I share that library with a SharePoint group. If I delete that SharePoint group, it would actually delete the SharePoint group from the whole site, and it would change the access to where that was granted. So if I share a file with a group, I go delete that group, that access would be lost wherever that group was applied on that site. So group members do not change the broken inheritance. I don't just add a user. If I add a user to the group and they're added on the site and they're also added in the library, they'll be added to both again. The deletion, they're deleted from both. So they have these group objects that live regardless of where that container is. You can think of them as an object. So you have object, permission level, and the piece you're trying to change. So Drew is a member of a group. That group has access to this file. That group that has added access to this file. Drew's in a group that has full control to a site, which has full control to a site. Those are the three ways that, again, that three-pillar approach of how permissions are granted. So user shares something to someone, and they get access. And what that means though is that we're granting a user a permission level to something on that site, and then they get access to that. That is the basis level of file sharing and how it works. Now it matters why SharePoint security is in play and group-based is in play, because that shows who gets access and where are they getting access and what are the rules you have to do that. So if I'm looking at files, what we're talking about primarily today, all files in 365, 99% of your files live in SharePoint Online. It doesn't matter if they're engaged, if they're in comm sites, if they're in Teams, group backed or non-group backed. In OneDrive, every OneDrive is site collection. Your files have a specific sharing settings that are all managed via SharePoint Online. So you think of file collaboration across Microsoft 365 goes across the different workspaces or the containers that you have. Microsoft 365 groups, as you would hear, are a type of container, but they are primarily an identity workload. Okay. So if I have I create a modern SharePoint site, I create a Microsoft team, it creates a group. The group is an identity construct. It lets me say, if I create a team and I add someone to the team, it will then give them access, or if I share the team with them, it will add them with a specific permission level. So member, owner, and a group. They can be a member of the group, which is a member of the SharePoint site, which gives them access to the files, which in turn you're sharing the files in that group via a group-based share. So you have a file-based share, a group-based share, And if you do a file-based share, it'll share the file. If I do group-based share, it'll share everything inside of this group. But think of the group as an identity construct. I'm adding users to the group and inherently grants access down. So if you think of the SharePoint permission model I just showed of site collection or site full library list, if I added someone into the team, there's they will have access to that site. That site in turn would grant them access to the library, which in turn would grant them access to the file. It all cascades down because the permission is granted via the group. These have different sharing settings than you have with files. Now you do have SharePoint sites that are not group backed, which would then just follow that sharing model of a standard SharePoint site, which is SharePoint-based permissions. Now, when you look at files inside of a group, the configuration and management for sharing files is different than the group. Right? So if I add someone to the group, it will grant them access to the files, but I can still share a file directly with someone inside of a group or in a team or in a SharePoint site, and they'll grant someone else access to those files. And they don't have to be part of the group. So you can do both, add them to the overall or add them to specific files and folders. Now, it is different if you're adding them into, if you add them into the team, it would also add them into the team's chat. Right? So there's actually, when you add them to the group, it would give them access to more things. So I share a file in Teams with, let's say, Nancy, and then Nancy tries to get to the team. And so they say, well, I want to get to the team. They'll say, you can't get to the team because we only shared the file with you. You'd have to add them to the overall group. So share the group versus sharing the file. So when you think about that, it's all about who is accessing, how are they accessing, and what are they accessing? That's where the breakdown comes from. So if you think about SharePoint security, I said, it's a user with a permission level and where they're going, which is who's getting access. Is it Nancy? Is it a group? How are they accessing? Are they accessing it via Teams, via SharePoint? Are they going to come in via Outlook? Technically, you could. And then what are they accessing? Are they coming in for a file? Are they coming in for a library? If they're coming in for the file, that can be that's fine. But that's the thinking process of when you understand how sharing works. You got to think about all layers, not just I have a file and I share it here. So administration is based, when you look at what you can do from an end user side, the admins plan and set the sharing configuration, and then the end users share the content. And at that point, the end users can share either internally or externally. So there's no way to disable internal sharing. Internal sharing is going to be on by default across your organization. You can't just disable sharing. You can control sharing, though, internally via the permissions of the site. So I can say only specific roles have access to share files on these sites internally. That's the granular control you can get. That's based on the permission level. And for external users, you have a much larger set of controls that are very different from a file to a container. And I'll go through the administrative controls, both mainly on external, but I'll show how the internal user are impacted through this. Now, when you're seeing the word internal or external, I want to be very clear with the language around guest or external. So when you look at the Microsoft documentation around sharing, the right term to be looking for in this is guest access. So if I want to share a file externally, you'll be using guest access in your organization. Guest access is also the same that would happen if you're adding a user to a team. It uses B2B guest access. Now, they might say, I want to do external sharing. External sharing is simply the enablement of guest access management inside of your SharePoint environment or your Microsoft 365 environment. External access, if you look at the technical term for this actually goes more into the shared channels or chat configuration that's available to you inside of Microsoft 365, where there is no authenticated user, right? It's you are directly connecting with someone else externally, but you are not actually working with them via guest control. I'm not sharing a file with them and I want them to collaborate. I can share it anonymously. There's no guest access in there, but that is guest access is the very specific language we get when we're sharing files externally and bringing someone in that we trust. Now you might see those used synonymously, but there are differences technically. First thing to do when we're working on external sharing is going to have the B2B integration enabled. This is enabled for the majority of the tenants out there today and is enabled by default for all new tenants. But if you are having challenges or concerns about how to set up guest access for external sharing, the first step to start with is enabling that B2B integration or validating that your tenant is enabled for that. So when we think about this, you need, and the companies I work with, and then we always start with, we look at deep dive in sharing is, do you allow external sharing? And a lot of organizations don't. And then I push back fairly quickly is, then do you have email turned off? Because if you don't have email turned off, then you actually have external sharing allowed. You just have less control over external sharing. And as I go through the rest of this, think about the different sharing, as I go through the mechanisms, think about how this impacts your organization and your external sharing controls and what you can do to open these up. As you understand more of how sharing works, it gets you more comfortable with the different sharing management options you have to allow and grant better external sharing, which decreases your risk threshold overall for your organization. So let's start with file and folder sharing. Okay. So there's 4 types of file and folder sharing. Think of this as how we're going to share. So we can share with specific people. We can share with people with existing access. Think of that as just copying a link. People in the organization or anyone. Each of these have different outcomes. Okay. So the way that this works, so I shared files. The way sharing files and folders works inside of SharePoint is link-based sharing. Okay. So if I create, if I want to share this file, I want to share it with Nancy, it's going to create, first it's going to check what kind of sharing settings I have. If I'm on a site, what am I allowed to share? Can I share it internally? Can I share it externally? It's going to check the tenant. Are we allowed to do that? It's then going to check the site. So are we allowed to do it overall? Are we allowed to do it at the site? If so, it will create a link to that file. And then the user accesses that link. Okay? The user then clicks that link. If they're external, it would initiate an invitation process. If they already are a guest, it would grant them access to that file. And then if you have expiration will begin. So do you have the ability to do it on the site, on the tenant? Do you have the ability to do it on the site? I can create a share. The user then clicks that link, and that's a secure link only for the people that it's sent to, unless it's anonymous, we'll go through. So different link types, but the user gets access to that link. They click that link, grants them access to that file, and then it will go through access processing. Now, what actually happens behind the scenes when I share a file via link is that inheritance is broken on the file at that point in time. Okay? And then actually, technically, if you get behind the scenes, actually creates a little new SharePoint group and added those files into an access control list, and the entries added into a sharing links list, and users actually put in the SharePoint group when the link's clicked. None of that really matters, except I would say for the first bullet, those first 2 bullet points up there. The point is, it's using native modern sharing, uses native Microsoft tools, and puts a great visualization against it and manages the sharing for us. The thing to know is that inheritance is broken when I do the sharing. And that's why I started with SharePoint permission management, in which if I have a very governed organization or a very governed location, we might want to disable specific people to share because we don't want to go start breaking inheritance on different files and folders when link-based sharing occurs. So let's take a look at what this looks like. So I'm going to start out in OneDrive because this is the best place to go. So what happens, I'm in my OneDrive site. So I guess I'll give a little opinion on OneDrive here. So one thing that people don't know about when we're looking at shared files is out in OneDrive, there's a shared modality over here on the left. And the shared modality actually can say, if you have questions of people who are sharing stuff with you or things that you've shared, you can actually come out here and start to see the files that have been shared to me. So these are files shared to me. If I look at by me, you can see files that I've shared personally out to other people. And this is a good spot to go over on just general file management. They say, what have I been working on? Instead of going to like SharePoint sites and trying to find it, you go to your OneDrive, click on shared, and see what you've done. Now I'm going to go back and start sharing things again to show what this looks like. So I'm going to go to my demo folder. I'm going to go to the share me document. And there's a few different options to share a file, but primarily going to get this modality, this little folder right here. I can do that through this button, there's different ways to get through it, through that click through the little hover panel here. I can do it when I open up the file. If I opened up the Word document itself, I can click share. I click the file and I click share up in here. One thing you're going to see is that this modality, this dialog, whether I share it in Word, where I share it in the browser, like in OneDrive in the browser, I could go down into my OneDrive, my client. So I have it synced here. I right click on it and click share. You're going to see the same dialogue, name, message, same dialogue that's in here. I could go into Word. Let's open up just a blank Word document. I click share. It's going to give me the same modality. The same so it doesn't matter where I start. The dialogue experience for sharing is the same no matter where I go, no matter the application I'm in. You have a consistent dialogue that's hit billions of times a day, billions of times a month to get this information. Now, what are these sharing options that we have inside of this? So I'm going to go back to the browser for speed here. And I'm going to click share. So if I start typing a name, and I'll just type in like test. You can see I get a drop down of names I can type in. So if I don't do anything, I can just type names in. You do see I get my label. So I do have a specific label here that I'm working with. I have a message. And I have a few more options in here. So one thing I get to see right here is this. This looks like permissions, right? Like, can they edit, review, view, or maybe not download? So if you think about that permission logic I talked about, what you're doing is you're creating a share or a link with someone, and you're granting a specific permission level. What do we want them to do if I share this file? The other option you have, if I don't make any changes, it will share it. So let's say if I type in test one and I just click share, send, this would send the link to test one, to Dr. Test one, Dr. Test user, and they would get access to the share. But what if, and I could, let's say I want to give them not download access. The other thing I can do is I have this gear called link settings. So I mentioned that there's 4 different types of sharing. So by default, you can have a default share type. So you have the 4 specific link types are specific people. That's this one. Only people with existing access. This is your not changing permissions, just granting link, getting a link to the file. This is your org link. And this is an anyone link. This is your anonymous link. These are the different link types that you can generate and share with specific people based on the rules that your organization has established. So in this example, I'm going to share a file. I'm actually going to edit access. I could do an expiration. So even though this is an internal link, I could say, I want to expire this on the 24th. Apply. I click send. I'm going to send this share me file. So I've invited Dr. Test user to share me. So I've shared a file internally with someone. While that's being shared, look over here. Shut up already. You're going to say get an email in here. So this is the email box for test user. I get Magneto has invited you to edit a file. So where it says edit there. Here's the document that Magneto shared with you. This invite will only work for you and people with existing access. So it's not like I shared this file with everyone. This file is granted access to me, so I can open it. Oh, cool. I can edit the share me file. I'm test user, I can say edit. Cool, I edited the file. I go back and look at share me though. Why this matters, what we now have, this file, you can even see this, you shared this file with Dr. Test user just now. This file is shared. I can click on shared. And what you pull up, what you can see is once I've shared something, or I want to see what I have access, you have what's called the Manage Access panel. The Manage Access panel, if you're in OneDrive, you can get to via the shared options right here. If not, on any SharePoint site, you can go in here, click on the ellipsis and go to Manage Access. Manage Access, you can see, here's the access for that share me file. Here's the label. I could share again. I have one option to just hard stop sharing. And you see I have people, groups, and links. So I have Magneto and Deadpool are the owners of this on OneDrive. And I've added Dr. Test user who can edit. I can select this and I can say, what do I want to give them? I can go in and change that and say, maybe I only want, I want to change the permission level of the access that was granted to test user because I shared that file with them. Great. What's important is I shared this file. I'm going to go into advanced settings. One of the important pieces to understand is to go into advanced settings. You're going to see this document has unique permissions. It's now granted access to Dr. Test user. And that's fine. That's what you expect. That's what's supposed to happen. But it's showing that it's still using native SharePoint permissions in OneDrive, because OneDrive is a SharePoint site collection. It's granting access to that via the share link, and Dr. Test users then getting access to it. Okay? And that's good. That's what's supposed to happen. It's understanding how link sharing works, how file-based sharing, modern file sharing works in 365. Now I can take the same file, and let's create a different link type. I want to say, let's create an org link. Okay? So this is an org link. Share with people in your time in the organization. I'm going to say, can view. Click apply. I'm just going to say copy link. Okay. So what I've now done is I've created a link. Let me paste that in my other browser here. Paste that here. I'm going to get that. Oh, there we go. I can get access via that link that I just created. Now, if I go back and look at what I did, actually, I'll show you the link first. So what this link looks like, this link that it creates is a secure link. So this secure link looks like this here, little code. This gives us access. This is an org link that it does not automatically grant access to the organization, right? So I've created this link. I've opened that link. I'm going to go in and click on the Manage Access panel again. You're going to see the link that's been created is a link that says people in timely with people with this link can view. So this did not inherently grant access to everyone in all of timely. You have to actually click on that link to instantiate it. Okay, so this link, let's say if you put it on a web page or in an email, and that email is forwarded throughout the organization, as long as they're in the timely organization, it's a link that will grant them access to that file. So it's a reusable link. Think of it as a key. It doesn't automatically grant them access to everything. Okay. And that same thing can be done if I go into a file, and I'm going to go in this file, and I can, let's do one more thing. Oh, and I'll stop sharing. I want to share again, and let's do an anonymous link. Let's do an anyone link can review with a password of 1234. Click apply. Click copy link. Come back to manage access. You're going to see that, and now I've created a link that anyone can review. So now on this file, I have an anyone link and an org link. So the point is I can have multiple links to these files, and it's granting access when clicked to the user and giving them access to that via SharePoint security. Okay. Now, that's the level, the basic 101. Now, when you get into the details of this, there's different sharing controls we can do. So if I go into, let's say this, let's go into a team here. So I'm going to go open the teams and start kind of exploring here. I'm going to go into a team called Highly Confidential Drew. If I go into Highly Confidential Drew, here's a team right here called Highly Confidential Drew. And I go try to share this file. You're going to see when I go to the SharePoint site, you get the same modality, but I have a different sharing options here. And if I tried to share this file with, let's say, drew@gmail.com, what you're going to see is I can't share this with people outside of my organization on this highly confidential site. I can't create anonymous. I can't share externally. Let's say if I go to external Drew, which again, I'm in Teams, I'm pulling up my document library. What I want to show is you can always go into your Teams and say open in SharePoint. It's always right here. It's open in SharePoint. It's going to pull up my external Drew site. Let's just grab a file here and I click share in external Drew. Let's type in drew@gmail.com, share this file. Let's do drew@drewmadeline.com. What you're going to see is I typed in an external email address. It says outside of my organization. I can share it. And on this site, I can share. I guess on this site, it does allow me to share with those external people. So I can take this team, which is connected to a SharePoint site, and share files on the SharePoint externally or internally. But they're all connected. So if I go back into Teams, here's my team, here's my SharePoint site collection. I can share files from the file folders from the SharePoint site collection, which is all part of Teams. If I wanted to add someone to the team, I can go in here and click Add Member. Right? And this would add a member to the team. I could type in just one, and I could add someone to the team, which in turn would grant them access to all the files on the team. So I think of sharing files, I can share files to the team, which would then share files with everyone, versus just going out and sharing that file directly. If you remember that adding this member to the group, or add this member to the SharePoint site, add this member to the team, add this to the M365 group, which is what grants them access to all of the files. So I want to come back and talk more about group-based sharing. Oops. So on the group-based sharing side, the way to think of what I just kind of showed it for a second is first we're going to see if you're allowed to share with that group. Right? So are we allowed to share externally or internally? So if I go to that highly confidential site, the team, I'm not going to be allowed to add someone to the group that's external. If I wanted to, or even potentially mostly not even internal. And then on the external site, I can add people to the whole team or to the site itself. For the group, it checks to see, are we allowed to do this at the tenant level? Then are we allowed to do it at the group level? Then we add a user to the group. If there's, again, it will follow an invitation process if they're a new guest. And then they're added to the group and they have access to the content. And then your sharing settings are also enforced for files. So if, let's say, I added a Drew to a group, to a team, and it's anonymous there, and we had specific file sharing settings that were external, they would not be able to manage those. They would not be able to control those. And this is not actually how shared channels work. Shared channels work in their own identity structure. So sharing files and teams is different than a shared channel. So what this looks like, so I go back out here and I add someone to this group. What I want to show you is if I go to manage team, I've got members. You see the members and guests here. So by adding users into this group, let's see what this one looks like. This is called external Drew. If I go back to that SharePoint site, right, what I want to show you is site permissions. It all comes back to site permissions in SharePoint. So we're looking at manage files. We see who has access to the site. We have owners and members. Now, what if I go, let's go look at this in the advanced way. What do we want to see? If I go into one of these groups, I look at owners. Oops. Sorry, I'm going to go to members. Look at members. See who has access to this group. External Drew members. Wow. This is your M365 group right there. That's your M365 group. If I went to enter, you'd see it here. So even though SharePoint still has its own permission logic, and it needs to have that permission logic, when we're adding someone to the team, it adds them to the group, which then adds them to the SharePoint site, which then gives them the ability to share content. Okay. So if I look at the membership here on my external Drew site, I look at site permissions, and I look at who's in here, there's specific groups. If I want to add someone, I can add a member to the group. And adding a member to the group is different. I look at the members of that group. You see Deadpool, Magneto, Ultron, Dr. Chest User, Jarvis. Go back and look at teams. You're going to see the members and guests of this team. So inherit that permission level. And we have roles. That's sharing file. That's how you can share the group. So it doesn't matter if I do it here. Doesn't matter if I do it in Outlook. Doesn't matter if I do it in SharePoint. If I add a member to the group, it adds them access to all of the files that will be in external Drew. And then you can say, does this group allow internal or external sharing? Oops. Like this external Drew, I can share externally. If I try to go into highly confidential Drew and I added a member here, same thing. I type in drew@gmail.com. It's not going to even let me add a member to this group because I have external sharing disabled for specific types of groups. Next on the list is site-based sharing. So we look at site-based sharing. There's a slight difference between sharing groups. So very same process. If I have a think of it as a non-group X site might be the best way to go. The difference with this, so the same thing happens where it checks if I have the ability to do it. They're added to the SharePoint site. If they are external, a B2B invitation is sent. All of this still happens. What doesn't happen is if there is a group, they're not added to the overall group, and that's it. But there is a different sharing settings a different sharing option that you get when you want to share the site directly. So if I go back to sharing the site, I go back to the external Drew page. What we have, if I go back here and I say site permissions, and we say add members, and I say share site only. I want to make sure you read what this says. Adding users, M365 groups or security groups to give them direct access to the site. This is part of an M365 group. If you add users here, they'd be given access to the site, but not the other group resources. Right? So I can share the site. So I can type in test1 here, and I could say I want to grant test1 user access to the site, give them an email address, or I could say what permission level I want, read full control, and grant them access there. So back at the front, I said you have a user, a permission level, and an object. I have a deck, and then you have we either have this container or the file. So we can share things at the file level, we can share things at the folder level, we can share things at the site level, and we can share things at the group level. All of those in turn would grant access to the specific location that you're sharing, or the object that you're trying to share. Now, how do we manage this? How do we control this? So we can control this, and think of this as a hierarchy perspective. You get more control the more specific you get. So first of all, we have entry ID B2B settings, we have tenant settings, and then where we'll spend most of the last few series around SharePoint settings and group settings themselves. So when we do this, we get most restricted by saying, I said, you can have tenant levels enabled. Do we allow external sharing? Do we not? Do we allow, what's our default sharing level? And then we can get very specific and say this site, like this highly confidential one can, and this other one can't. These are powered by SharePoint. So if I think of the SharePoint site settings, SharePoint site sharing specifically, and I went to that external Drew site, we can change who has the ability to share on that site itself. So like per SharePoint site, what can we do? One, we can set who has the ability to share, members or owners. If I say any, by default, members can share. So I create a new SharePoint site. Anyone who's a member can share files and folders with that site. You can change that to be owners. So I could click this box and say I only want owners to share files, or I want to have them, they can only share the site but not files. We get different options, and then there are always going to be access requests as long as they're enabled by default, as long as you haven't changed them. At the tenant level, we can change per site. What options do we have? Do we have anyone access, new and existing access, or basically your external sharing settings? And you can follow the tenant. So you can have a tenant level settings, and your site collection level settings can be different. Now, what you get to control externally is going to be really primarily with B2B enabling internal or external sharing, and then turning it off within each workload. So there are B2B settings that you have to have enabled, and there is some extended licensing depending on the types of B2B external experiences you're using. If you are, the takeaway from this is go look at the B2B settings you have and ensure that they follow in line if you're working on external sharing inside of SharePoint, OneDrive, and Teams. Now, what we get to administer is going to be who can share, which external users we can share with, what we can share externally, and how these things can be used. Okay. So we can say by default who can share. Can everyone share externally? Because like I said, I can't disable internal sharing. You can do that at the site level of permissions. But for external, I can say who can do it? Can we all do it? Which externals can be shared with? Are we saying maybe only specific domains? What can we share? Can we share files? Can we share sites? And how can they share? Are we allowed to do site level sharing, anonymous level sharing? Do we want to do expiration? How can they share? Okay. So the way this works is that our SharePoint Online settings determine the OneDrive sharing settings across the board, because everything we're talking about is all the file-based sharing we have is in SharePoint. So if we want to configure sharing files in Teams, technically you're configuring sharing files in SharePoint. Now, you're primarily looking at OneDrive and SharePoint in this, and you get to decide what are the default permission level that you get, or the max permission level. So if you want to allow anonymous in OneDrive, you have to allow anonymous in SharePoint. Sharing from OneDrive can be more restrictive, but not less restrictive than SharePoint. If you want to do that, you actually have to run, that's by default, you have to override those controls per site collection if you really want to say like this OneDrive can be anonymous and this one can't. But primarily you're going to be looking at this default settings, which is you want to keep these sliders aligned. And what that looks like, something like this. So when I go into this SharePoint Admin Center, there's going to be a section under policies called sharing. When I go into sharing, you're going to see I have what content can be shared with SharePoint or OneDrive. And this is affecting all files across all of my content in 365. if I try to drag this down, it's going to drag OneDrive with it, because I can say, what permission levels do we want? Anonymous access, new and existing guests, or only people. Now, if you want no external sharing, you do this. Right? This isn't actually sharing the default permission level, the default sharing. This is saying what's the level of internal external permissions you can share with. If I want anyone like I had in OneDrive, as you saw, you can do something like this, and then we have full anonymous sharing across our tenant. Now, you do have other external sharing settings options, such as domain-based sharing, security group-based controls for who can share externally. We do get access expiration and verification code expiration for any external access. This is all external sharing settings only. You see, for the one you saw my demo before, I tried to share with a Gmail that was going to fail because it was not part of my allowed domain list. Now we can come down, and we do have default link types that you have that are not just for external sharing. So for internal sharing too, we can say what's the default link type when a user tries to share a file or folder. You saw when I tried to share, I saw specific people. I typed in test1, it pulled up specific people. You can default it to anonymous or only people in your organization, or use a PowerShell script to do an existing link. You then get to default the different sharing link types. And for any one specific links, you get to determine what type of permission controls you want to have for any one link. So I could say any one links need to expire in 7 days, and I only want them to be view and edit for files, and view and upload for folders. This is a pretty common right here for setting up external link access. Right? That's your sharing controls you're going to get inside of 365. There's not that much. And then the other area to go to is going to be in that per site control. So I can go into a site, grab a site here, click on sharing. When I click on sharing, you're going to get different sharing settings over here. Sharing, there we go. Where I can say, pick what external sharing is on that site, the default link type. Right? So this is where I can say people is existing, and that default link permission. So I can do per site collection control or that tenant level control, and there's a hierarchy to get down through those. So I want to make sure I show what's next. So what's happening with sharing coming forward. So what's changing is the fact that we are going to have an evolution of link-based sharing. So link-based sharing has been around for 10 years, and it's not actually going away. But what's happening is we are moving to a new sharing model in M365 called the hero link. What this means is instead of having that multi-link functionality, we're going to get a hero link that controls access. So if and this is starting up this year, where I can pick an existing access I want, and I take this and I grab a link to that and I share it with someone, and that link, we manage just that single link versus the multi-link modality. So this hero link is coming in 2026. And what that looks like is something like this. So I come in here, I select a file, and I click share. And when I share this file, it looks a little different. So you still have some similar functionality. Everything I shared behind the scenes earlier today is going to be very, very similar. You're going to see here that on the left, they're sharing with Jason. So you don't have access to that. So it's still a link-based share. Now, what's going to happen is that the file access type is going to be moved to this hero link and saying can view. And instead of having to grab a new link, so create a new link and modify the link and share it with someone, they can modify the link. We'll be able to modify the existing single link settings to control access to these files going forward. And so we don't have to do multi-link sharing anymore. We'll have one hero link. Okay. There are some materials that are out there. This was announced middle of last year and will be coming in the next few months. I'd say pay attention to the next Microsoft 365 events and blogs coming. So we're kind of closing this up. And last time here, one of the things to think about as you're doing this is there are external sharing scenarios you want to think about. So I primarily see SharePoint sites and managing the sharing around extranets. So you can create extranets for external users, be very specific of how you control external sharing inside of those, say who can share files and who can't share files. It's also very common to allow anonymous for OneDrive. We can't do expiration policies. We can't pull audit events. It's okay to have anonymous out in OneDrive, and we can limit that to specific OneDrive sites if we'd like. And there are scenarios where we want to allow external for all SharePoint sites. If you go down that route, you want the sharing configuration, you really start jumping into more DLP and sensitivity labels and sharing reports. So it's possible to do those. Nothing technically wrong with that. What you learned today is the impact of that. And then there are other controls you can put in place to help manage that. So how do you secure your environment? You want to first understand the sharing requirement. Don't just lock your stuff down. You will want to utilize MFA and set up DLP for the different types of sensitive content you have, because that can stop any of your internal or external sharing with MFA and DLP. If you are going external, you want to start using some of the terms of use and conditional access controls for people coming in. And you want to start looking at access reviews and web-only access for specific sharing. So I could say, I only want George, who's external, to come in through MFA and have an access review every 3 months on these sites. That allows secure external sharing, and we've now configured SharePoint and OneDrive to share those files externally to allow us to do that, but we put controls on the access after they've been done. And we want to also move towards labeling. Sorry, go back one slide. I also want to we put on labeling around sites and teams that can control sharing, which then they can also control the files. So with that, questions for me, please email me the questions you have on here today. These slides I'll be posting up on my website as well for any other feedback or thoughts around external sharing. And definitely pay attention to the world out there today as we move into link-based sharing in the next few minutes here, or the next few weeks. Stop my sharing. Going.
Yes, thank you, Drew. This was very impressive and very completely overview regarding to sharing in SharePoint and Teams. Yes, one topic is not a direct question yet. This is regarding to an project where I was in. So we very often have scenarios, I would say, where it's important, but there's no sharing to the false persons possible. I'll give an example. For example, in a school, you want an school team only with a teacher and all the students. And so we found in solution, and I found this really good with an overview with Entra, to build teams with dynamic groups in Entra. Yep. So we built first the dynamic group, and after that the team audit. And I think this is a missing point at the moment with the sharing and Teams, because it's allowed to share it, or you can allow with guest or not, but you could not allow to make a sharing scenario like this one, only a teacher with his class, or a project team or something else. And this is the missing point, I think, is in Teams and in SharePoint at the moment, the dynamic groups management and integrated management. So it's for us was only possible with workflows, but I think this could be more and better integrated. Do you think there will be features like this coming in the future? So
the scenario around the gap in integration between like dynamic group management and need to have better RBAC. The challenge is almost there's too much RBAC and the lack of ability to manage the RBAC. And that's why I spent more of this time talking about the concept of group. The container-based sharing versus file-based sharing is so different that in the scenario of wanting to have a teacher and student scenario, that you can manipulate the permission models to do it, but it's not out of the box and it's not intuitive in any way, shape, or form. None of it. Even if you do dynamic, so if you let's say you do dynamic groups for teachers and a dynamic group for members, for students, you then still have to configure the containers that they have access to have very specific sharing controls based on those groups, which you have to go behind the scenes. There's nowhere you can go without going into the advanced SharePoint permission settings to go manage it. And by that point, you break the construct of the group-based management. So I haven't seen anything change with that, because it's not that they're technically not possible. It's the companies I work with more. I think the reason I still have a job as a consultant is coming up with the right way to work with those scenarios where you have complex permission management and sharing. That's 0.1% of the model out there today. And what Microsoft is trying to do, when you look at the way Box, their direct competitors between Box and Dropbox and Google, it's all about ease of use. And they have to focus on ease of use, which is the 99 percentile, which is I'm Drew, I need to share with myself. Like that's the one-to-one. That what has to work all the time, which is why the hero link has been the change. Now, I will say this is the first time sharing has changed in over 10 years. They've had to rebuild SharePoint code that has not been touched in 10 years to make this happen. Will that evolve with better group management? It's a stepping stone, right? But it's not the ability to have unique SharePoint permissions still exists, and we end up building our own workflows to handle those unique scenarios. That's what I do. I don't see that changing. I see the focus being on how can we make the general user understand how to share files, and for the IT pro, let them share the files and have reactive controls to those. Or so are there better ways to say, I don't want to allow students to share these things based on like a label potentially, or maybe based on a separate group, like a whole separate site. You have to kind of think about the way I think about the impact of that control more than it's almost like I know too much for being in SharePoint for so long that I know how to make it work. But they're not going to devolve. I don't think they're going to devolve enough to give us the RBAC we need to meet that like parent, teacher, or student owner. You have owner member, but then you have to go disable member-based sharing, and that's okay. But you actually have to make students even less. So it's improved. It will. I don't see the general governance changing at the high level. I see the unique like per file, per site stuff getting more flexibility.
Yeah. So I think the part, so how and who could change to which people, and regarding to an really good, I would say, Teams template strategy. So
yeah,
what I should use in Teams and what I should use in OneDrive, this is a mixture. What will be the best thing regarding to sharing, because I talk with a lot of customers, and they said to me, so Mr. X leaves the company, and we need to have access on the sharing on his OneDrive. So we need a complete overview about all his external sharings. And I said, okay, if you have a problem like that, you can make a better team strategy to make external sharings only on Teams and not thousands of single sharing on OneDrive.
100%. I'll give you the exact example I just did at a financial institution, which was this scenario, right? We were moving off of a legacy external sharing platform. We built a new governance strategy, and we built Teams and SharePoint site templates with a label and DLP policies applied to it. So that we said, and a new policy said, if you want it, we need to allow external management and vendor sharing. Has to happen. We built, you can go, they can request one, it gets a label, and then it already has default domain sharing on it. It already has the default permission. We took the sharing settings I demoed and said, hey, here, they're like 20 different options. If I create a site for vendor A, they can, I don't care if there's 50 vendors, they follow this construct. That's it. And then all of the label-based controls are based, all the sharing controls are based on this template. Now, if we have to deviate from that template, we create a new template. Like we say in our governance strategy, you have a new sharing template if they need to have a different rule. And then what we did with OneDrive is we treated OneDrive as a type of template, right? So if I said, if there are still people that need to share with OneDrive because it's very specific sharing, especially if you want to do like request files, like intaking of files or reports in a financial institution. Great. We've said our construct, we had like three pillar construct. Team external sharing, like level 1, SharePoint site external sharing, like level 2, which was more governed. That was like very controlled, like more secure data. And then OneDrive was like very small. And then we said only like a certain set of people get that, only by approval only. And then we enabled OneDrive sharing on that site. So we basically created these template types by the container, applied the rules to each of those, and then every site across the tenant followed one of those rules. And that was it. And then if you wanted, it was a standard we had to build. And then it had some, so you try to make it as native as possible, but in turn you might have, we had run, this is where we dump into third-party tools and more advanced scenarios or provisioning scripts to say like, I click a button and it'll provision with the right settings, right? The longer term is more maintenance of that. So the bigger thing with this is having the review processes against those containers and the processes. So I can say, hey, I create this template 1. I need access reviewed every 1 year. Level 2, we had access reviewed every 60 days, and 2 levels, internal and external for those. OneDrive, we had expiration after 7 days. So we got more granular. And I always think of our governance pyramids we've had in SharePoint forever. If you establish that with sharing, and when I do sharing, I think I start with the company. I say, what do you need to do, and why do you need to do it, and why can't I say we have everything open? Tell me what we can't do, and then we slowly work our way down, and we end up just building these. But we work our way up, kind of. We say, what do we need to lock down? What do we need to lock down? What do we need to lock down? And we end up with usually a 3-tier approach. To your point, if you have a teacher EDU 1 or EDU 2, hopefully we can come up with the right template, and then everything follows that template. And if there's gaps, that's where it kind of sucks. And we have to go into the back end of SharePoint and say like, oh, this dynamic group gets added automatically and they get view only, right? Very common one. They need view only. Great. That's not out of the box. Nothing out of the box will do that for you.
Yes, it is. So we're running out of time. So it was a really amazing session. As I had fun. It's absolutely my topic. So, and it was in SharePoint, a really SharePoint topic, not only agents. We have so much agent topics or sessions today. It was a really good session, more to the basics, the permission basics, and overview is really, really good. So I want to thank
one note
you,
on this for anyone who's listening who's still here at the end of the night. If you create SharePoint agents, they use the same SharePoint sharing settings I shared here.
Yeah. The permission behind is important.
An agent's a file. So if you're talking about, if I want to share this agent, it's a JSON file. It's sitting in your machine or sitting on your SharePoint site. The same sharing settings apply. And it's important to know in the world of, I've talked more about sharing since Copilot came out than I had in like the 10 years prior, because of the impacts of sharing and how the inheritance is all broken. So as I start to do reviews with organizations and say, I need to help clean up my environment, or I want to build these agents, you're going to say, you do a permission review. And they say, how did this happen? And you have to go all the way back and say, here's how sharing works in groups. Here's how you grant access to these things. Here's why permissions are broken on 5 million items in OneDrive. It's not wrong, but it's how it's actually, I think I'm trying to reinforce these in the community here, because everyone needs to know how these work, and people have kind of forgotten about them. And AI is bringing this to the surface to say, holy crap, we have broken inheritance on 40 million files. That's not wrong, but there's an avenue of cleanup, because unless you are deleting content, you're going to have people that have shared stuff 10 years ago that have links, and you forward that link, grant some access. So it's actually, this agent world has brought this very important topic to me higher up, and is making people look at their sharing strategies again and redoing them for Copilot readiness.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but we're running out of our, I think, streamer time. So we have only 4 hours. So we must stop for this day. So I want to thank you. I think we need to invite you to our M365 show again regarding to this topic. I love to talk about this with my co-host Tanya Bierhoff. So tomorrow is the Power BI and Fabric stream with 12 sessions too, like today. And for me and my team, we said goodbye for today, and have a nice evening or a nice day. Bye.
See you, everyone.
The Microsoft ecosystem is evolving faster than ever. Copilot, Power Platform, security, modern work, Azure AI, new features every week, new opportunities every day. But learning is scattered. Events are expensive, limited, and difficult to access. That changes now. Welcome to M365 Con, the world's largest online Microsoft 365 convention. 2 powerful weeks, 1 week of workshops, 1 week of free global talks and keynotes. Build your own learning path with expert-led workshops. From Power Platform to security, from Copilot to Azure AI, You choose what matters to you. Then join over 60 free sessions with most valuable professionals, Microsoft trainers, architects, and innovators from around the world. Meet the community, explore the virtual expo, connect with experts, and be part of a global Microsoft experience. Accessible, global, interactive, and designed for every Microsoft 365 professional. M365 Con, your community, your learning path, your Microsoft 365 future.